All right. Um, just kind of hoping, like, okay, today I'm going to be streaming with this music in the background, this weird little soundtrack thing. I actually made it for. Hold on, I'm speech jamming myself. Okay, there we go. That's better. I'm actually making it for. I actually made it for one of the games that I released. It's on my itch page. Just check it out if you are listening to this. Today, I'm going to be streaming myself making. Wrong button. Okay, I'm going to be streaming myself making a game, starting from scratch, seeing how much I progress, and I'm going to do it with this music in the background. Let's hope it doesn't become too annoying. If it does, I'm just gonna change it to what I usually have. Which, to be fair, is not less annoying, but this might be a bit too repetitive. I don't know. We'll see. So, what do I have in mind for this, right? I came here with an idea already ready. So, there's something that I want to do, right? First of all, let's take this, put you in full HD, because that's there's an idea that I have. Basically, this is for a school project, and there were a couple of requirements on what we need to do. First of all, it needs to be a puzzle game. It needs to be controlled with mouse only. Those are the two conditions. I have an idea for a puzzle game that can be controlled in that way, and it's basically sort of a Sokoban. It's like a box pushing game, and the idea is that you have little lists of commands. Like, instead of being able to move in 4 directions, you have little lists of commands, two per level, one on each mouse button. So, for example, you may have the sequence left, up, right on the left mouse button, and then the sequence right down on the right mouse button, and then when you press left, the left button, your character moves, first left, then up, then right, and you have to try to solve the puzzles with these limitations. So, for example, maybe a box or a button or a door or whatever might be easy to reach under normal conditions, but with these restrictions, you just don't have the movements to do it comfortably until you bump into a wall, for example, or something like that. But in order to do that, we need to first make the system that will allow the mouse buttons to send different signals to the other game systems, primarily the movement of the character. I mean, you can think of many dynamics where I might want it to send it to other objects as well. So let's make it generic like that. So first of all, we're going to need that, right? We're going to need that mouse button action. Lowest levels LFG. What does LFG mean? I don't know, but you're probably referencing that other stream that I was playing, right? Wait, did I put it in the wrong section? No, not. I'm forgetting the movement. Okay, so you're probably referencing what I used to stream. Yeah, sorry about that. That's not what I'm doing today, dude. Oh, let's fucking go. That's what that means. Hold on, did I put the... Oh, I forgot to update the fucking stream information. That's what fucking happened. I'm stupid. Sorry. Wait. Oh, that's an emote from DPKO stream. So you're from there. Nice to meet you, dude. Fucking goddammit. Thank you for telling me. I would have been going for an hour without realizing. I forgot that you have to click the fucking done button. Should be updated now. Yeah, I'm making games. That's what I do. I was playing Lost Levels last time, but that was like 3 months ago. Oh, hi Gabby! Nice to meet you. Nice to see you here. I didn't know that was your name here. Yeah, I make games. I find it easier to program when I'm talking to myself, and streaming helps me focus when it's not like a stupid 12-hour video that I usually do. I do that too a lot. Bababooey. So, first, scripts folder. So what I want then is, first of all, I'll need a system that catches mouse buttons, is capable of storing a sequence of movements, and then whenever it manages to get button press, it should be able to send a signal to some other system that I'll create later. So that should be easy enough to do. We're gonna also need some visual elements to be able to tell if it's actually doing what I'm telling it to do. And that should be it. So let's start with that. Epic Partner Programming. Yeah. So let's start with that. So script, let's say input receiver. No, mouse input receiver. Make it more specific because I may want to receive other types of input at some other point. Mouse input receiver. Right, so that's start. I put a plus by accident. Rename plus. There you go. Also, I think. Yeah, okay, whatever. All right, it's not capturing the window. Okay, hold on. Window capture. Log. Okay, there we go. That's right. Okay. So first of all, I want this out. I don't like doing brackets like this. Matter of personal preference. Okay, so first of all, update function is going to need to be catching inputs. So first of all, I'm going to need two variables: key code. It's public, so that I can assign it from the inspector public. Key code, and this one's going to be called trigger. Command one trigger. Yeah. Trigger button. Trigger button. Trigger one. Trigger one. And then I'm going to need another one, and this one is trigger two. These are the two mouse buttons. So whenever you see that one of these has been pressed, then you send a command in some way. For now, that's just going to be, so let's write those as separate functions just that I can have the stuff split, right? Let's also write an enum. I think that an enum would be good so that we can have the type of command rather than saving it as an int. Because I definitely want a variable that tells me which command has been triggered so that this function can be generic. So first, make the function. Function, let's call it send trigger. Sure, that works. Also, I'm realizing something about my layout here. It's not exactly pretty because I didn't move shit before just placing it. Also, for some reason, this catches the top of the. That's weird. Yeah, anyway, sorry to disappoint about the whatchamacallit, the lost levels. Sadly, I have homework to do. Let's see. Okay, we want to send a message, right? Send command list. We're probably going to need variables that store each list of commands. Hey, next. I'm streaming after just so long not doing it. Okay, so I'm probably gonna need, I'm gonna need a variable that's on this list of commands, but we're gonna worry about that later. So just it's going to need an int that is the command, but instead of making it an int, let's just make it an enum, right? Just an own custom variable, right? So let's just grab the also clear this. I don't need it. Clear it. Okay, what the fuck is going on here? Oh, it's because of the plus, right? It's because of the plus that I left at the beginning by accident. Good to see you. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Okay, I'm gonna need a script that has all the enums. This is not really a script. It's just that sounded like parrot speak. I mean, yeah, like yeah. Oh, yeah, that explains it. Just enums, right? I would make a pirate voice, but I can't do voices. Not in English anyways. Okay, so these are enums. I don't actually need any of this. So let's just this doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Okay. Let's have, and I forgot how you do enums. Let me go grab that script. I'm realizing that it is a pain in the ass to be switching back and forth between Unity and my coding window. So maybe I'll make it a window capture. Do I have anything on that window that I may not want to show? Pretty sure everything else is on the other window. We'll worry about that later. Let's. This is a bit higher than your voice, by the way. I mean, I figured I tried to. Okay, I'll lower it a little bit. Is this good? I figured it occupied a different enough space in the mix that it would mean that it wouldn't make me hard to hear, right? But if you say it's a bit too high, I'll lower it a bit. Where do I have all my scripts? I have a bunch. I have a folder of sample scripts. Yeah, good. Okay, thank you. Streams. No, it's not a stream. It's for Unity. Stuff. Resource. Scripts, right? It's here. I want to have it. Use that in the latest one. So that's this one. It's enums. Yep, there it is. Okay. Also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this from this to an actual play capture, so that no, the other one. Oh, fucking asshole! Why do you just start it displayed? Just immediately show whatever is in there. Yeah, I'm sure that never has unintended consequences. Oh, hold on, but if I do that, then you can't see. Okay, you know what? Never mind. You can see it. It's there. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that was a lot of fussing. Let's just eliminate this. I don't need this, and I also don't need this. Okay, there we go. That's better. So, right, this is how you write enums. Okay, so what I want to have, yeah, and this, I actually don't need this class. Okay, so first, I'm going to have one, and this is going to be the command number, right? Hey, Nick, since you just arrived, can you tell me if the category is right on Twitch? If you're still there, by the way. Because I know that sometimes it just doesn't update if you've seen it, if you've already entered the stream once, so it's just a bit weird. Okay, so this enum is for the purpose of I forgot. Yeah, it's for the purpose of telling this function and any other thing that may need it which command we're triggering, whether it's the first one or the other one. So command software and game development. Okay, thank you. That means that's the right one. So command number. Command number. No, let's just say command, right? And there are going to be two of them, and they're going to be left. That's how you write it, right? Yeah, it's just like that. Just public enum, the name of the variable, and then the right. So yeah. So this is going to receive a variable of type command, and then it's going to see which command it triggers based on that. So to trigger, let's just call it to trigger. No, to send, match the name of the function, right? So then, what should happen is that we are going to check the input library, and we're going to see if a certain key has been pressed. God damn it, I forget how you write half the shit in all this. I have to, like, go constantly to my old code to check how stuff is written. It's here. It's in probably just input. Pretty sure I called it the previous. You. No, I probably called it player input then. Nope. Player forward? Does this not have the input? Player mode. Direction. No. No, there is one called input. It's right here. Okay. All I need is this. This is how you write this. Okay. Okay, so this. So if the trigger 1 has been pressed, also they should be written in lowercase because they are variables, not something else. Okay, so if trigger 1 has been pressed, then send the command to send the command, and you have to send command point left. So mouse button 1 sends the left command, and then if input get e down, trigger 2, same thing but send the other command. So send command point right. That should work. That should work. I think that works. These are both Project Cogwheel. Yeah. Okay. Command left right, command right, command point left, command point right. Okay, so then what it's going to do, this one, just to check that this works on the very basic level, we're going to take this debug log and we're going to print the command that was sent to send. To send, just print that, right? Then it should show us if it has properly sent the command it was supposed to. Okay, so the enums is there, the script is there. Let's create a new object. This object is just going to be empty because it does nothing. It's just a little tester. That's all it's good for. You, little tester, I'm going to add this. We're going to say left. Man, this is the shit with fucking Unity's old input system. You have to do shit like this. It's not very good, right? But the issue is that implementing the newer one, because it's such a more complicated system, is difficult. It's a lot more powerful though, but like it's also kind of a pain in the ass. But what they should do is just have that one available by default, and then make it so that there's easy automatic ways to implement the shit that is easy, and only show you the complicated shit when you need something specific. But you know, Unity, it doesn't like doing things easy. Unity is like a hodgepodge of a bunch of systems that all work on their own, but are like, honestly, Unity feels like fucking Blender in how messy it is. Except Blender has an excuse because Blender is like open source, right? What's up with Unity? I mean, at least I don't pay for it, so honestly, I gotta learn how to use Godot. I may, but the problem is that everybody at my school knows Unity, so I'd rather use what everybody else is using, just so that I can be helped by professors, right? Okay, let's see. Are you printing the message? Left, right. Okay, perfect. Prints multiple times. Yes. Okay, that works. Good. So test 1 has been passed. Next, we need you to store a sequence of commands. And these commands are movement commands in the form of left, right, up, and down. We'll see if there's something different, right? These... oh, wait. Actually, yeah. Okay, tell you what. Command is going to be the directions, because those are commands for the player. And then we're going to have two command lists, and those are going to be the other enemy. So, yeah. Because otherwise I step on my own toes with the names of these enums. Like, I need them to be recognizable. Like, I read them and I know what they are immediately. So, public, enum, command list, and there are two lists, and they are the first list and the second list. It's arbitrary which is which, honestly. And then for the commands, there's going to be up, left, right, and down. Then what we're going to do is then these are going to work with command lists, not with commands. Each command list holds commands, right? So, well, actually, these are just references to which command list. They are not the command list themselves. So maybe I should give it another name. Maybe... would it not be better to not have this as an enum and just have the command lists themselves just be variables inside here, right? Because this is the only thing that it's going to be dealing with those lists. Okay, let's make that decision. Yeah. This is the only thing, this script is the only place where those command lists are going to be dealt with. So we're just going to have them as variables here. So then what I want is... well, I still have this command. These are for individual commands. Each list holds a number of those. That maybe just any number. It could be 0. Which just means that it's no commands. So you press the button, the player doesn't move. And I'm dropping frames, aren't I? I'm back. Okay, I seem to be back now. Well, actually, the stream probably didn't drop 500 frames. It's not really a lot. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have two containers of commands, which are going to be... they can't be arrays because I need them to be variable size, so they're gonna have to be lists, which is an issue because I always forget how the fuck you index lists in these programs. I am going to open a browser window. Oh, let's stop the music. God damn it. Okay. I just needed to make sure that it wouldn't open in the other monitor. That it wouldn't fucking just show. Okay. C# initializing lists. Initializing lists. How does that work? New list string var list. String my list, new string, no. Oh, you haven't really asked the question. Fuck this guy. Unsliced in fucking Stack Overflow, you're a fucking chode. God damn it, Stack Overflow sucks so much. But you know, he does have the right answer, which is frustrating. I wish it was wrong, so they like mug that he's a fucking idiot. Okay, yeah, it's like this. And because this is a variable, I want it to be... actually, does Unity do these? Like, does Unity let me index these however I want? Let's just copy this part of the code and just paste this out so that I can check. Okay. No, could not be found. Are you sure? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah. That's absolutely right. Forget about this for now. I'm gonna put this for now, and just actually, I don't need this. Actually, yeah, that kind of works. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It won't compile. Is the problem? Okay, so take this, save, give me. No overload for method log. It takes 0 argument. Yeah, it was a debug function. I don't care. Okay, so it does let me just index a list from here. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so that means that I don't need to do this. It'll be just initialized as a list as soon as I just put it as a public there. Unity will take care of that. So then, I need 2 lists, and these lists will hold values of type command, which is an enum with 4 specific options. Command, command list 1, it's a list of commands, and then we'll have a command list 2. So each of these will trigger when so instead of send command, let's say send commands, because it's sending the commands from a command list, right? That's more self-explanatory. And then you will just receive a list of commands. So list of it's a variable of type list, and it is a list holding other things that are of type command, and this is going to be the command list that we're going to trigger. And that way we can write this function without having to worry about which one it is, because they are both going to work the same way. It's just a matter of which is being sent. And then we go to Unity. Both command lists. Okay. So now we want to iterate through this command list and send each of its commands. And we're going to send it to a debug log first, because we don't know yet who's going to be receiving those. But eventually that's going to change. So for each command type let's not use the same name to not be confusing. For each command type thing that we're going to be calling in the list command list, I want you to do the following thing. For each one of those commands, I want you to just print on screen which command is being sent. Just print it, right? Log it, actually. There's a different function that is print that does kind of the same thing. It's not exactly the same. It's whatever. Yeah. So what that should do now is that it should take, right? So now I can just select from the commands that I have here. So right down for left mouse button, and then up for right mouse button, and it should print those on the console whenever I press either of those buttons. Right down, up. Okay, so now instead of the debug log, I just have a function that sends a command to something that is ready to receive it, that's going to make it easy for me to execute commands on, say, for example, a player, right? Which is what we want. Okay. Coffee. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do, since I know that works, let's work on some visuals so that there's a bit of feedback on how this is going to work. Now, this bit is going to be handled through UI, because these elements are going to be always in the screen in the same place in the same time. So we're going to create that. Let's just do create. Yeah, let's, for organization purposes, create an empty. This is going to be like canvas folder. Game systems. What do I do for this? Yeah, fucking. You know what? Let's see about how I want to organize that later. For now, we're just going to be calling this. We're just going to make the canvas from the get-go. So first of all, canvas is going to be the gameplay canvas, because this is the one It's going to be active when you're not in pause or you're not in any menu or anything. It's going to be active there. Go here. This is the canvas. For some reason, they make them huge. Okay, we're considering a 4:9. No, 16:9. 16 by, well, standard full HD aspect ratio. 16:9. And I want to divide the screen into thirds, right? The left third, I don't know what it'll have. Probably just some state, tell you which level you're on, that sort of thing. The middle third is going to be the game, and the right third is going to be the except no, I don't want it to be thirds because I don't need that much space. I don't need a third of the screen for the information that is going to be on the sides. So I want the center of the screen to be square, right? Let's say square. I like square. So if it's 16:9, that means that vertical space is 9 parts. So the middle 9. So from the 16, you subtract 9. That leaves you with 9, 10, 12. Let's do with 7. So 7 parts on each side of the screen, which means 3.5. 7 parts on both sides, which means 3.5 for each side, which means that's 1920 divided by, let me get the calculator. Yeah, so for the width, it's 1920. Each part is 9, no, it's 16. A 16th of that, so that is 120 pixels. And then multiply that by 3.9, no, 3.5, yep, because 3.5 plus 3.5 is 7, plus 9 is 16, and that'll give you 420. So it's 420 pixels on each side of the screen, which is about... well, let's check that. So that's the width of each of the side panels is what I'm getting at. That was just a lot of my own maths that didn't actually make much sense when I said them out loud, did it? Let's have an image. It's going to be a little square. It's going to have a width of 420. So we're talking about that thick. That doesn't make sense. What? Oh, it's because I'm zoomed out that way. Okay. Yeah, and we want it to be to the right side of the screen, and it's going to be position X 0, and your pivot is going to be to the right side of you, so 1. Yeah, and you should be position X 0. Like this. Except height should be the total height of the thing, so let's say 1080. 1080, like this. So this is the size of the left panel, and obviously we'll have one that is exactly the same on the other side. So pivot from position 0, and you go to 0 here. Is it like that? Did I do it wrong? No, I did it right. Okay, so yeah, then yeah, so the position X. No, yeah, because you're on this, right? Fucking UIs. Yeah, which is good because I want this, right? If I make it free aspect, it just doesn't know what to do very well. That's fine. I can make sure that they always occupy the same region of the screen with some UI magic. Which I probably want to do, right? Because if I don't... No, you know what? We're not going to lose time worrying about that. We're going to have this is going to be the right panel. This is going to be the left panel. And anything inside of this canvas will just simulate... did I make it the right panels? Yes, I did. Okay. And everything inside of this canvas would just simulate a 16:9 space. So even if I make it smaller, it's just going to go by that logic, right? So instead of screen space, I want it to be this is not. Is target display? No, not that. Stored order, pixel perfect. Canvas scalar. This is what. Constant physical size. No, scale with screen. Reference resolution, yeah, it's 1920 by 1080. And that makes it so that if I put in free aspect, it's going to be, yeah, like that. which is not ideal. It's not amazing, right? Because I obviously want those to go all the way up. But like nobody's going to have like a really weird, like nobody's going to have this aspect ratio, right? This is not going to be running on phones. And this is good enough that I don't have to worry too much about certain things. Okay. So I have a right panel, I have a left panel. Let's make them black, just to be more distinctive. Let's also take this main camera, and just because Unity's default background color is god awful, let's just make it like, yeah, murky office yellow. That's what I want. Don't ask me why I want that. That's what I want. I like that. I like that color. Okay. Not important right now. I'm probably gonna change it later, right? Okay. So those are the panels that I want. On top of this right panel is going to be an icon of the mouse, but it's going to be skewed all the way down, right? Because I wanted to show the list of the command list up top, right? So then I probably want a semicircle. Let's just do some image editing. Very light. We're not gonna lose a lot of breath over this one. This is just to test things, right? Although, given my track record, it's probably gonna end up being the final graphic later when I start running out of time and I decide that actually no, it looks good enough, right? So let's try to get something that at least doesn't look terrible. Let's see. Paint program. I want, let's see, give me a background. Give me a background that looks gray so that I can contrast things better. Then I want shapes. Give me a circle, something like this. Yeah, in a different color, please. That would be nice. That's not a circle. This is a circle. Okay. So I want something like this, a bit thicker, right? It's gotta be cut off, right? So then I want to take in the middle of the circle, I want this to have something like this, and to have a horizontal line like this. Okay, this gets the idea of a mouse across pretty fucking well. Good, it's exactly what I want. I also accidentally drew this on the background. Like an idiot. Okay. You go here, and let's just grab this and make sure that it is completely horizontal. We're doing this. Yep. Then do you like this? Like this? Yeah. And then take you. Do this. Okay. This is a good enough mouse for what I'm trying to do. I'm just wondering if this is the look that I want to go for, though, for the thing. I figured that I probably could get away with copying an icon from a previous thing, but I'm not sure that that's something I want to do. I guess what I'm thinking, what I'm struggling with is that I don't know what the style is of what I'm going for here. Since it's going to be like a Sokoban thing, that lends itself really well to like going with a full pixel art kind of thing. But I don't like that, right? And I'm kind of struggling to think of what sort of thing I should do. I'm thinking like sort of like a computer vibe, right? Like because you know it lends itself to that way, right? You're sending commands to the little thing, the only of which you only have available a couple. So it's not difficult to visualize it as like a little robot, right? And so if I'm going with this little robot, its head it is a square, right? It occupies a square region in the little map. So I'm thinking maybe like a little guy, right? With like pixels for a head. The issue with pixel art is that if you start doing it, then you have to be very careful about pixel size and that sort of thing, and it's just a pain in the ass. Or you can just not give a shit and do it wrong, but like that looks very immediately wrong. The issue is that our play pass out here kind of just lurking view. Then yeah, that's fine. I just talk to myself all the time. The issue then though is that then okay. First issue, I am an idiot and I drew this in the same layer as the background, so this is completely unusable. Congratulations, right? Second, what do I actually want to go for here, just in terms of art, right? In terms of art for this game, I kinda want to. Canada. Canada followed me 31 minutes ago. Utsuki Canada. I feel like I know the name. Oh yeah, I know the name. I know who you are. Okay. Okay. So what I want to do now. Shit, man, I don't know what I want now. Oh, that's an issue. I shouldn't get caught in something so stupid like art. Art is not stupid, you know what I mean though. Let's go for... You know what? I know what I want to do. I'm thinking of Baba Is You, right? And one of the things about Baba Is You is that it's this anti-aliased sort of art style. And that's something that I can do fairly easily, as in I know how to do. And the good thing is that you can just do mouse drawing with like really free strokes. And it actually kind of adds to it. Like that's sort of what I've done up here on the stream with my little icon over there. So I think I can get away with that. Yeah, let's go for something like that. Okay, so what I need then is like a little brush. Very hard, not anti-aliased, smaller, something like probably this, right? The good thing about that is that pixel size doesn't matter because they're large enough that you can tell that they're not anti-aliased, but they're not large enough that you can tell how big each one is. So let's make like a little mouse icon. I need something like this, and the lines are not very straight, and that's kind of the point. The idea is that they look kind of hand-drawn, but hand-drawn on a computer, right? That looks kind of rude, doesn't it? No, I don't know what is going to interpret it that way. I'm just gonna... Let's do this, right? And actually, these lines on the inside, there's still a bit of artistic considerations to be having here. Let's have this be like this, right? So the idea is that this is your mouse, and then here these get painted when they're activated, and they get painted. Give me a thicker stroke here. They get painted. I'm sorry. What's up with that? Why though? Okay. Anything that... Yeah, okay, go to this layer, anything that is this color white, and then reverse the selection, so that we get everything that isn't this color white. This. Then delete. Okay, good. Yeah, that wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. Okay, take you, delete you, not you, delete you, delete you. Okay. So then you have like these little squiggles over here, and you can have them like go like this. let's make it a bit thinner so that we get more of the slightly hand-drawn look to it. And then let's have our other color be that would be that weird yellow that I just mentioned, that weird, somewhat murky office yellow, which is something like this, right? I have something like this. The issue is that I want to go on this diagonal just because that's how my mouse holds easier. The issue is that because it's not anti-aliased, as soon as you make the strokes a bit too thick, you just can't tell their direction anymore, and you lose that hand-drawn look. Like if you start doing this, right? Like that's too much, right? So you gotta keep them a bit spaced, which is not the easiest thing to do. Okay, so we have these, right? I should have drawn that on a different layer, actually. Like this. That? Probably not so much. Maybe like that. And is that good enough? I don't like it. Let's just... Oh, like that? Yeah, like that. It's good enough. Okay. Now I have all these in different layers. Let's grab all of these and just to make something resembling a texture at last, let's just paste each of these in a different region of the canvas. So now we're gonna have now I'm gonna have this. And then the one on top serves as a guide so that I can see where each of these is supposed to go. So I guess I'm committing myself to these three colors just being a part of my visual design now, which is fine. I like these three colors just in combination and in isolation. It's hard to go wrong with white, right? And the other two are just fine. Let's take this, crop to selection, get rid of this background, and then we're going to export this. Export, open recent, save as, yeah, save as. I want you to export to my desktop, to Unity stuff, to my resources folder, and here you're going to export it as a PNG, and it's going to be called UI Mouse. UI Mouse. Yes, patent it. Okay. Okay, so then I go to this UI thing, and first of all I need to make sure that this thing exists. So we're going to create a new folder. This folder is going to be called resources. This is my resources folder for a bunch of resources. And in this resource folder, I am going to have that PNG that I don't remember where. Yeah, no, I remembered it. It's on my. Yeah. We're going to paste it. I'm going to change its name a little bit. Going to be image mouse. Gotta have somewhat of a naming convention so to make things easier to find. Right, so having this, we will now. This is going to be multiple sprites because we want to have them overlaid on top of one another, right? We want pixels per unit. Should probably, let's see, what size are we? What size are we gonna? No, this is in the. Okay, so never mind. Right. So we want sprite, yeah, multiple sprites. Let's set pixels per unit to 100 for now. Mesh type tight, extrude edges, no. Generate physics, also no. Right, it definitely has to be point, so that, right, so here's the thing about those, right? This is image exporting things. It's actually like a fairly easy thing to show. So you take this, right? The settings are applied. You go here. You go. Why are you not letting me do it? Well, what's going on? Only textures with width or height being multiple of 4 can be compressed to those formats. But I don't want you to compress it to those formats. What the fuck are you talking about? What's going on here? This is a PNG. Just a PNG. It should be. Oh, because it's just a PNG, right? I have to make the sprites then. Okay. I want all these sprites. Let's just slice them in automatically. I don't care. They're UI elements, so I get to set their own pivots. It's not important. Also, just this here, on here. Okay. There we go. Okay. So the thing about the filter mode, right? What that is, and why it's important right now. So you see how I very deliberately wanted to keep that look where like the strokes weren't anti-aliased, so that they would look like sort of pixely, right? Sort of like they were hand drawn in an old paint program, right? The anti-aliasing undoes that, because usually that's not a desirable quality to have, pixelation. So that's what anti-aliasing does. It tries to correct for that, and that's how you get these blurry edges, right? But when you go to import and you make the filter mode point, no filter, that means that it won't try to do that filter. And bilinear and trilinear is a difference of quality. It's a thing, right? If one looks bad, you try the other and maybe it works. And then it does what I want, and it does that square look. So if you're importing pixel art, anytime you see filter mode, point, right? Every time, you just do that, right? And then what that lets you do is that you don't have to upscale all of your textures. You can just have them in really tiny actual pixel art sizes and resize them within Unity, and it doesn't matter, right? Unity will not try to add that blur to it. Okay, so now let's try to continue this UI work that we had going. We want to go to this right panel. This right panel should have this picture right here. Is this a UI element? No, you just made it. Okay, so I have to do it like this. Okay. Within it, I want you to create a UI element that is an image. And this image should have this sprite. And this is going to be the mouse sprite, right? The left of the screen here, it's the left of the parent object. That's good. So anchor yourself to the bottom. Pivot at the bottom. No, that's X. Pivot at the bottom, right here. But a bit higher, because I don't want those edges to be shown, right? So I want you to pivot a bit here. If the pivot is a bit here, then the pivot is the point where it will... is the point... these coordinates, right? They are placing the pivot. So the idea is, if I then tell you to go to position 0, that is the middle of the thing, and then go to position 0 here, that is right on top of the anchor, then the thing that is going to be right on top of the anchor is the pivot point. So it's sort of like the origin position of the element. Now obviously this is too small. This is supposed to take like the whole right side of the screen. So I want to make you a bit bigger, but proportionally to this. It does bother me a little bit, just that for some reason these UI elements are three-dimensional, even though they're all flat, right? I don't know why that is. It doesn't make a difference, but I'm just bothered by it irrationally, right? Okay, so what I want here is then I want sub elements here for for those squiggles, right? They go one on each side. So we're going to create UI image, raw image. Actually, are you proportioned right? No, you weren't. You were stretched. Okay, good thing I checked. Okay. UI image here. Okay. Then I want to, yeah, this image should be this texture. This texture should be, why are you not letting me change it? What's going on? Oh, because I raw image. Yeah, it shouldn't be raw image, it should be just image. I don't know what the difference is. There's probably a use for raw image, but I don't know what that is. You go here. Right. You're going to be there. Right squiggle. And set native size. And the good thing is that because it's inside of this one, its scale is relative to it. So now I am 100% sure that it is the exact scale size that I want. Actually, let's make this a nicer number. Let's make it 3.8. Just so that it's easier to set other stuff relative to it when I may not necessarily want it inside. Also, you should be a lower priority, meaning that you should be, how do I put you behind that? I don't think I do. Okay, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's fine. We're gonna take you, and you're going to be the left squiggle. Right? And you are going to go to this, and you're going to go around here. The bevel point is not as important right now because these are being set relative to their parent, right? So, the idea is, when I press the buttons, those two images show up, right? And that makes it look as if the button has been activated. So, what I would like to do is go to the restroom because it's calling me. So just give me a second. All right. I'm back now. So what I want to do here then is fade these and out, fade these in and out, depending on when the mouse button is pressed. So you would want to take this color and take its alpha in and out, right? You would want to do it very suddenly. You would want to do like boop, boop, right? I'm realizing also that something that I should have done is just make those two squiggles white so that the color could be set from here and not be completely muddied, right? Like I could set this, right? Like here, it completely washes out. It's difficult to set it to pure blue because it already has so much yellow. So we're going to be doing that. The issue is the way that these components apply color is not by changing the hue of the pixels, but rather by sort of, I think it's multiplying. I'm not sure what the exact operation is, but like, you know, it pushes them towards that color. But full white is the original color of the image, right? Which means that you can't make it go more white than this, no matter what you do. You can kind of with post-processing, you could just shine a fucking bright ass light on it, but that's a different thing, right? You're not really changing the sprite color. So that's what we're gonna do. This is still just a sample, so we're gonna just leave that as it is, but we're just gonna change the color of everything else to white from here. The cool thing is that that's pretty easy to do because since I'm going for this non-anti-alias look, that means that all these pixels are the same color, so I can just paint bucket them and it works. Let's save that image. Let's go back to Unity. Let's erase this. Yes. Then we are going to... Actually, let's not... No, I already did it. No, there's no going back from that one. Okay. UI mouse, rename image UI mouse. And that doesn't recover it because I'm silly and I forgot that it doesn't work now. You showed them in the Explorer, maybe? Image UI mouse PNG. Yep, no, I'm gonna have to do the import mambo again. Yep, okay. Go take me to the sprite editor. Do the multiple. Instead of a linear, make it point. Sprite editor. Yeah, apply those settings, please. Thank you. Slice them just wherever. Apply that as well. And they still haven't recovered. That's fine. I can just drag them from. Please tell me that you're going to retain the same size as before. You are the right squiggle, and you are the left squiggle. And what this means is that now I get to take this and just pick the color with the color picker and pick it from here. And then on the other one, I get the same, pick it from here. There you go. Okay, those are the colors that I want. That means that if I change my mind on what colors I want to use, I can just do this. Right? Now I can do full white, full black, I get the whole range. Okay, so now I have this mouse thing. Let's make it so that when it detects input, also, yes, these UI elements are going to be the ones handling that input, right? Because they are the most visually distinct thing that reacts to that. So I'm going to remember that that's where they are, right? So mouse sprite is going to have a script for that purpose, which is the script that I wrote right here. Mouse sprite is going to have, actually should it? No, it should be the right panel because the right panel is the one that holds all the commands. And the commands are going to be visualized here, right? Separated by one line on this left and right space. So, yeah, it should be the panel as a whole that handles that. We're going to call it input panel so that I remember that's where the input scripts are. We'll just know in our soul that it's on the right side of the screen. We're going to give you this. This is the script that handles mouse input. The trigger one is going to be... yeah, that means that I don't need this tester. Let's copy these settings so that I don't have to search for them again. Paste company values, yes, okay. And then delete you. Okay. So this input panel should um right, because the issue is that the way I like to program is to be very modular about all my shit, because fuck object-oriented programming. All my homies hate object-oriented programming. It sucks, it's terrible, it's a bad paradigm for people who just for cops, right? For people who like enforcing rules for the sake of enforcing rules and not actually ever building anything useful. I'm exaggerating a little, of course. It has its uses, whatever. I just don't like it, right? Point is, I like to be very modular. So if something can be split into different scripts that handle different things with different scopes of variables, then I like doing that. So the first thing that I'm thinking here is maybe I should have one script that receives the mouse input and then have other scripts that get triggered from that, right? And I'm wondering what the best way to do that is. Well, certainly I would want a script that handles the transparency of these two little things. So, yeah, let's create a script for that. It will be a script that receives either the command, the left command or the right command, whichever one, right? And just no, but it wouldn't though. It would just receive. It would just receive which one has been received. Oh man, that makes me want to return that enum that I decided that I was not going to do. Okay. No, there's probably an easier way to do it without that, right? So, I could just send it an int, but that's just the enum with it. That's harder to read, right? Could have two functions. Two functions that do the same thing, just on different objects, feels a bit weird. I could have the same script that just does that thing. I don't know, what the hell am I even doing? This is not the job for a script, this is the job for an animation. That's what this is. That's what I need to do. It's just an animation. It gets triggered when I do the thing. Yeah, that's how you usually do that. And that way, yeah. It's not the most efficient way to do it, but you know. We are going to do that. Okay. We're going to... First of all, each of these is going to need its own animator component. Let's create a new folder for animation stuff. I like to keep it confined because it very quickly creates just a lot of little files. Each of these is going to need its own animator, like this, and each of these is going to need to be animated. So first of all, let's bring up the animation panel, put it here. Let's bring up the, I think it's Control-Shift-6. No, it's Control-Alt-6. No, it's not. Animation. Oh, it just doesn't even have one. Okay, we're gonna put it here. So, this is going to have an animator. The animator is going to be, let's start with you, right? Start with you. We're going to, am I in the right place? Yes. Right squiggle. Yeah, but the clip is going to be fade. This is very easy animation. Over the course of a third of a second, more or less, it just fades right from 0 to 1 opacity. So image color, but do you have a separate one for alpha, or only alpha? No, you don't. Okay, so do the color, and then I'll eliminate the other two. Don't care about you, don't care about you, don't care about you, right? And over the course of like a third of a second, you're going to go from 1 all the way to 0. We don't really care. I mean, this isn't fast enough. No, that's way too long. That's way too long. Let's make it... Yeah, that's a lot better. Okay. because yeah, right, because it's not a third of a second. That's half of a second. This is going on the same logic that yeah. So this is like a sixth of a second, and it's going that fast. And the idea is that then I'm going to just reverse the animation when I want it to fade out, which is just it's easy. We're going to have here a also. I'm realizing something. This is not going to work because you go off of names. The animator component goes off of names. It means that if I want to apply the same animation to both of them, then this component is going to need to be the same name. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna have a wrapper. We're just gonna have R, right? Right. And it's going to be image, and then this is going to create a new empty. This is going to be left. Just image. And these just have a rect transform that is completely just irrelevant. Just position yourself at 0. Yeah. That's all these are. And then the idea is that because the son in this name has the exact same name, then that means that actually it doesn't matter if the object that has the let's before I start talking, let's just double check that I'm right and that it doesn't matter. First of all, let's just give this a generic name. It's just going to be squiggle. And then we'll give this guy the same animator and see if the animation breaks. No, okay, so when it's the self, it's only for children that matters. Okay, that's good to know. It's good to know. So, okay, so the same animation is going to work on both of them, right? So the idea now is that, well, first of all, let's change. The default color of these should be transparent. It should not begin showing, because who begins the game with the buttons pressed, right? So we're going to take you, no, that's not going to work. The color is one parameter, so if I adjust them together, they're going to just become the same color. This, and then, right? What we do, we're going to have yeah. So first of all, this animation should not loop. I don't want it to loop. It's just basically a transition between one state and another. Then we're going to have not a layer. We want a parameter for it. We want a parameter, and this is a bool. And this boolean is whether it's pressed or not. So pressed. The idea is then from the script we trigger this boolean, and that will set the animations whether they should happen or not. Then this should be right. You enter just in an empty state, right? This is an empty state. It does nothing. It doesn't have a duration. It's doing nothing. It's doing no animation here. So this is just empty, right? Then we're going to have the fade animation. This fade in. Then we're going to have the same animation with a speed of -1 that is reversed. This is the fade out. Then you are going to make a transition from this empty state to both of those. Actually, is that how I want to do it? No, I want to go from any state to either of these. Right? I think so, yeah. Okay. Make this transition and make this transition. And so the idea is if you are pressed, you fade in and you stay faded in. no exit time, so that the transition just happens as soon as the button is pressed. And this is the same, but except the condition is that if pressed is false, I just shove these timers all the way up. And then that should apply to both of these because they're both using the same controller. And then, I mean, they're using the same controller parameters, but it's a different controller. It's a different animator thing. So they both have the same logic to them, but they have a different version of this parameter that each of them is going to be tracking. So then I can just activate and deactivate them individually. So now in this input panel, we can have a script that, or we can have this script send those signals. And all we need is those two animators. So let's become a bit more organized with this. We're going to create a header here. It's going to be called references. These are references to other objects that exist in the scene. We're going to create another header here that is for variables. These are variables that are internal to this script, whether they are public or private. Variables. Then references. Now we need two references. Public animator. We need two references to animators, and they're going to be two. Each of those squiggles. So let's say mouse button 1, and mouse button 2. Actually, let's just call them button anim, so it's the button animator, and button anim 2, button anim 1 and 2. The idea is that the numbers must match, the same for the trigger and the same for the command list, so I don't get tripped. Let's watch this happen. The music hasn't become annoying yet, has it? Okay, so that should work then. So now what I have to do is grab this input panel and tell it who those two things are. You are right squiggle and you are left squiggle. And also let's change the order on these so that I don't get tripped up by that like I almost did just now. And then we are going to take this script. Okay, so now I have a reference to those animators. Now I have to make sure to actually trigger them. The command variable is not going to work. The command function is not going to work for that because it's generic. Let's do another command that is just send animations, right? Void send animations. Why am I making a function when something that is only one line? Because it may not be one line later. I may want to have other things animate off of those, and in that case, I want to be sure that I can put them here without having to clog up the logic here. So send animations, and the animations are, we're going to need the button, and we're going to send those. So you pass it the animator, and we're going to know that this is the button animator, whichever one it is. In that button animator, we're going to set the bool, and the bool is called, what did I call it earlier? I think it was pressed or something. Pressed, yes. To set pressed to true, right? That means that I'm gonna need to get the key up, aren't I? Yeah, that's fine. It's not a lot of logic to do, is it? And then we're going to actually just give it a bool that is whether the mouse has been pressed or released. So pressed. Are you sending this because it got pressed? If not, it's because it was released. So then, instead of sending that, we're going to send whether it was pressed or not. Right. Okay. So the idea then is that I can take this function and just implement it the same way on both of these, just with a different animator component. So button name 1, true. and then button name 2 and true, and then I'm gonna need to check when that button is released. So it's just basically the same stuff. So let's just copy this and put then instead of key down, it's key up, key up. And on key up, we don't send the commands, but we do send the thing to the animators. We just tell them it's actually false that we want to send this time. That should make it so that the buttons look to react to the thing they should. And we have an error. After line 40, it says that button doesn't exist. Right, because it's the button animator, not just button. Does this work? That's the question. Do you react to my key press? Yes, but backwards. I think I know why. I think literally what's going on is okay. Let's double check. So what I need to know, right, is this variable, this one right here, being set? I'm not pressing and it is not set as pressed. I am pressing and it is set as pressed. Right, that's the other button. Right, okay, so I think what's happening is that I just set the reversal to the speeds backwards. Let's see, if the animation is fade in, right? So you fade in. So when the speed is 1, you fade in. Now hold on a minute. When the speed is 1, you fade in. You go from 0 to 1, right? You're doing fade out, but you're stuck at the beginning. You're doing fade in, but you're stuck at the beginning. I mean, it kind of works. It doesn't do the fade. So what's going on? What's preventing this animation from progressing? Is this being triggered every frame? Is that what's going on? Can I give you an exit time? Yes, it is being triggered every frame. Because otherwise it wouldn't repeat, right? Because the animation is set to not loop. So, okay. Why is it being triggered every frame? The transition happens if pressed is true and you're in any state. And apparently any state, the state itself counts as any state, doesn't it? So what I would need to do actually is just to get rid of these transitions and have them happen here. If pressed is true, doesn't have exit time. If pressed is false, doesn't have an exit time. And then these, in order to transition, they transition from each other. So no exit time, forget about this. The condition is that pressed be false. And no exit time, don't mess with timings. The condition is that pressed is. That should be better. I don't like having to fudge with this extra state. Like just an initialization state. It should be fine. Could be faster, but it works. I don't like that they start in that animation. Why is that? You go to empty, you're not pressed, you go to fade out. Right, that's the issue. You know what? It's not an important issue. Yeah, let's just make the speed a lot faster so that they look like they react a bit more to you pressing the buttons. So instead of -1, let's say -3. Instead of 1, let's say 3. Yeah, that's better. It still fades, but like it's a lot faster. It's a lot more reactive. Yeah, I guess I'm going for that for this squiggly look for these sort of things. Okay, good. That works. Now, other thing I want to do. I want this panel to the right to display the sequence of movements that will be triggered when you press the button, right? That means that I need, well, I'm gonna need arrows, right? And that's easy enough to do. They should probably follow in the same style, so let's just make them with about that thickness, just a little bit less. Let's say 4. Yeah, okay. We're going to just erase this image. They're different elements, so actually, no. I want to see how they look together. So let's just make this canvas. No, let's make it a different thing, because I may want them to show up in other places. So let's just draw some arrows. Give me this background. So I want like an up arrow. The direction that the point to should be very obvious. So up, down, left, left. Yeah, the reason I'm only drawing the sticks is because I want to draw these with a different thickness. So this. Very tiny hands, right? Ooh, I have an idea actually. I think this is a good chance to do a bit of animation. And by animation, I mean draw the arrows 4 times and then just put that image on. Like basically, if you want to do that hand-drawn style, a very easy way to do that sort of squiggly thing is to draw the same image at various times, several times, and make sure that they're not exactly the same. And then you will have like the frames of a really simple animation that you can use, right? So, for example, like this. Let's say that many times, right? They might be a bit too different. We'll see. We'll see. The idea is that these look a bit rough, so using the mouse is kind of perfect. Down like this. Yeah, this is very like Baba is you kind of art style. This is very Baba is you kind of music. Maybe this is what's influencing me. The music is mine. That's the one I did for my previous game, so. Well, not the previous one. It's the one before the previous one. The previous one is different. Like, so now let's just lay this a bit nicer on the board. So like, just let's do like a little grill over here. So we're gonna make like a square that's going to be like, say this color here, or any sort of cuboid really that's going to be like about this size, right? And then we're going to copy that square, going to paste it, but it's going to be a different color this time. It's going to be this color. No, actually, let's just make it like red or something. Just like this color. Take you, these two. Yeah. I'll take these two. Place them like right on the corner to each other. And then do the same here. And then grab the whole thing. Place them right here. Has to match perfectly. They all have to be the same size so that it's easier to cut it later. This is not really necessary. Unity does a very good job of just slicing things in its own right, but this is just so that they're laid nicer, right? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of each, and then these ones here are just going to be this color. Like that. Oh, I forgot. There's the left side has to be that color. The right side should be gray. So let's just where the cut exactly is down below doesn't really matter because that part is going to be cut out of the image. So you go this color, you go, and you go that color. Yeah. Now I can gather all these arrows and make sure that the ones that are a bit too big just get cut down. You could put it over here. You could put over. Is there a shortcut for this? Switching between these tools? Yeah, there is. Okay, good. You could put over here. Yeah, that arrow looks really bad, right? But you can tell it's an arrow, and that's what's important because these are all going to be single frames in a sort of animation. That's really what matters here. For the sort of look that we want, that is going to suit it perfect. In fact, it's kind of good that it's kind of shitty, so long as the overall arrow is readable. Because of course, with animation, right, whether it's this simple style or just something actually well animated, you never see single frames, right? That's not how you process that image. You see motion, right? Even if the frame rate is really low and choppy, so long as it's not like fucking 3 frames a second or something ridiculous like that, you're going to see it as motion. And honestly, if you get used to it, even 3 frames a second can trick your brain, you know? My back is starting to hurt a bit. Right, I'll stretch my legs. Okay. Then we take this and just make sure that the edges are lined up. I want them to be. Where's the middle end? Right here. And here. Then over here should be here. And over here you should be there. And over here you should be a bit further up. Right here. Prop to selection, get rid of these background layers because they're just for the layout, and then save you as. You are a PNG that's going to be called image arrows. Latin. Yes. Okay. Back to Unity. Go to the project files, go to the resources file. I have the UI mouse. Let's get these arrows. They're here, but they're not how I want them. I want them to be multiple images, multiple sprites from the same image. Then I want it to be point filter so that it keeps the non-anti-aliased look. I want to place all of these, put the pivot at the center, yes, fine. Apply, right? Yeah, I'm realizing an issue. This is gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass because they're not contiguous. So what I could do is change the names. So make you 0, 1. If I change the name, right? Zeros 4, zeros 1, zeros 20, zeros 50. Okay, so because the names are okay, I could do that. Would that change the order? Would you suddenly appear at the bottom? Yes, you would. Okay, so let's go with image arrows, image up, actually image arrows up, 0, right? And then I get to just copy that. Image arrows up 1, here, image arrows up 2, here, image arrows up 3. This is pain in the ass. Image arrows up 4, image arrows up 9. I thought it occurs. Could have just made 1 and then I could have just made 1 and then rotated it. You know what, let's do that. That way I don't have to do all this shit and I get more frames for my one animation. So let's just say, no, you know what? Let's do this. Now they're gonna be contiguous, and they still get all 4 directions. Save. Right. Then I get to. Right. So now you show me yourself in Explorer. Delete this file, but then replace it with the updated file. Go back to you. Yep. Go to the yes, apply. So now I want you to delete the existing slice and create a new one. Like that, yeah. Now they're all contiguous. Okay, that makes it easier to select stuff. Okay. Because then I can just go here and press shift, drag it, and it works, right? Okay. Yeah, this is nothing. Okay, so starting to get sleepy. What do I want to do now? I should create 4 types, or should create 4 prefabs, 1 for each arrow, and then have an object here that's like a container here in the. I was pointing at the screen with my hand as if you could see it. And then have a container there that contains sequences of those. Of course, those sequences will be generated by this script here on the command lists. And that object that holds the sequence is going to hold a certain number of those prefabs of those animated little arrows. Now, the thing that I'm wondering though is How big are each of these going to be? I might have messed up a little bit when I made them. I might have made them too big. And the issue with that is that if that is the case, then I'm gonna have to yeah, they are a tad big, aren't they? The problem is I can't resize them because if you resize them, then the pixel size is different, right? And you see one pixel and this is this, and one pixel and this is this. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Give me a second. I answer a phone call. So that was okay. But what I was saying, right? I might have messed up. I made the arrows too big because when you actually put them here, like if I want to make them smaller, and I want to make them like about this big, right? So that I could display a whole bunch of them. Actually, I'm wondering how big should they be? Pretty sure I figured that out before I drew them, right? Oh well, sort of thing happens. So how big should they be? Probably like about this, right? It's just that the native size is like this big, and this is too much. This is fucking huge, right? I need them to be a bit smaller, like around here, which means like 0.6 times what it was. The issue is that if I do that, now the pixel size is different, right? You can see one pixel here is this, but one pixel here is smaller. And that inconsistency is small and not something you're likely to notice, but it does make the overall thing look a lot uglier once you stack a bunch of those upon each other. So you don't want to accumulate things like that. Luckily, I know by what factor I want them to be smaller by, 0.6, right? So what I can do is go to the original image, and go to resize and tell it to resize by percentage. 0.6 of 100 is 60%. So I want to resize it by 60%. I want the resampling to be nearest neighbor. That's basically the same as telling it to do no filter in the other program in Unity. It means that it won't try to interpolate colors to one that doesn't exist in the image. It'll just pick whichever neighbor is the closest to the pixel that it should do, and it picks that. So in my image that only has white or full transparent, it's only going to pick one of those. It's not going to try to do an in-between to try to simulate that blurriness. Which, again, is usually not what you want, but in this case it is, because that's the look that I'm going for. That's the thing, all these things, right, that these programs do, they do them for a reason. You can't just assume that it's doing it wrong just because it's not doing what you want. What you don't want it to do is usually what somebody else might. Which is one thing that always bothers me when people start talking about which programs suck and which program doesn't. Like, when it's somebody that knows their shit, then usually they're going to throw valid complaints. But a lot of beginners and people in my classes are going to do that thing, and they start being very critical of Unity for doing things that are inconvenient to them, but that are actually huge time savers and not a big a deal. Like, for having features that they don't understand how to use. That's basically what their complaints usually boil down to. And it's a bit upsetting. It's a bit of a pain to listen to. It's no self-awareness, you know? Yeah, that's about the size that I want for these things. Okay, so now, what I should do now is have, rather than this image, I should, hold on. Yep, size is 1 to 1. So now I want 4 prefabs that I can save, right? First of all, I want to check. Can I make UI element? Make an image and then drag multiple images into it and have the program do an animation for me. Is that a thing that Unity does? Because when you drag them out into the air, it does do that for a new game object. It creates the game object with all those sprites as an animation, right? And I want to know if it'll do that for an object that already exists. And the reason why I want that, it doesn't. Okay, well that's a bit disappointing, but that's fine. It's nothing that I can't do by hand. So let's just but is that something that I want to do, or do I want it to be driven programmatically? Because if it's driven programmatically, then I can change the sprites at random, so you don't notice a period, right, of looping animation, because it doesn't exist, right? You're just looping through sprites at random. I guess I could do that. Let's do that instead. And yeah. I think that's a good idea. So we're gonna need a script that does that for us. We're going to have a script UI, because it would have to be different if I want to use a similar thing for a normal object, a normal sprite object. UI animation loop. Or rather, no. Random sprite. So what it's going to do is going to pick from a list of sprites, it's going to pick one at random, and then when at a certain time, it's going to start switching to another one at random. So that's what I want. I have this image, right? This is the image that I want to modify in such a way, and I want to give it that script, and then we're going to be writing that script. So, right, so first of all we want to float That is the timer, right? It's how much time in between frames, in between time, switch time before you switch to another frame, switch time. And this is public. I want to set it through the inspector. Then I need a private that is a float, that is the timer, that is how much time is left before we next switch. On start, this timer should be set to the switch time, so that we don't switch immediately as soon as the object is generated, because that would be silly. So switch timer equals switch time. Okay. Next thing, we're going to need an array, because this is not going to vary along the run during the run of the program. So an array of what? An array of sprites. They should be sprites, right? So public sprite type array. So array of several sprites called sprite list, just list. And then we are going to have an index. This index is the current sprite. Index equals current. No, we have an int that is an index that is called current. So it's the sprite that is currently showing. We save this so that we don't show the same sprite twice. Once the sprite is shown, we are sure that we're going to hit one of the others. So, yeah. So, here's what we do. We reduce the timer by the amount of time that has passed since the last update cycle. So timer subtract time dot delta times, how much time has passed, subtract that from the timer. Is it delta time with uppercase? I think it is. Once that timer reaches 0, to 0, then we can start executing code. So now if the timer reaches 0, the first thing that should happen is that we set the timer back to the switch time, except we want to add a switch time so that if we've overshot it, we take that into account, right? Then we want to check, we want to get a random index from the sprite list. So let's just make that its own function, just because that's easier. Get rand index sprite list dot length and the current index. Although, what the fuck is this? Why did I write it like that? It's called index. Why did I give it two names at the same time? Index. Right? And the index is going to be equal whatever is returned from this. The reason it needs to be its own function and I can't just do a random call here is because if the index is 3 and I want to avoid the number 3, then I want to roll a random number, but exclude the number 3 from that selection. And I could do that by rolling multiple times if I get 3, but you could do that in a consistent number of instructions by getting the number, checking if the number is equal or higher than the number that you want, and if it is equal or higher, you add 1 to it. Or you could check that it is equal, and if it is equal, just add, just make it the last one in the sequence. There's ways to do it, and that gives you a consistent number of instructions, which means that the function is it's not O-N, it's just O0, right? Which is better, as opposed to the other one where the worst case scenario is that you roll 3 2,700 times, which of course never happens, but you know, just those sort of things. It's more efficient, barely. It really doesn't matter, but you know. Right, so Once you have the random number, we want to switch the right. We already did. The index is switched to the random index, and then we go to the component that we want to switch the sprite of, and we switch the sprite. Problem is, I'm not sure how to access UI components on Unity. Unity scripting API. Looking it up on Google. Actually, it's not Google. Have you ever noticed that Google fucking sucks lately? Like, I use this thing, right? I use this search engine called DuckDuckGo, and I started to use it in a period of my life where I was like a bit paranoid about internet security, right? And now I just use it because it's better than Google. Like, it just gives you better results. Like, I don't know what the fuck they did, but Google just doesn't give you results anymore. Not the ones that you want, not the ones that I want. I found it way too often. Like, not every time, it's still useful, but like, so much less than it used to be, you know? And sometimes I find it difficult for it to pull me Wikipedia articles on things that I know that Wikipedia articles exist on. It's just like 7 ads at the top, then 5 results at the bottom, and all those results are like Tumblr posts or something, you know? But what are you doing? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's not actually that bad, but it just feels worse than it used to be, so... Okay. Focus. UI image, Unity scripting API, Unity scripting API, Unity scripting API reference. I'm using version 222.3. It's right up there. I want UI. Profiler, repainter, Unity engine, Unity editor, UI document, UI vertex. Unity UI image scripting API image. Yes, I think this is it. Class in Unity engine.ui, and the thing that I want is the sprite. Oh, it's just called sprite. Okay, so then we do we want to reference to the object that you want to change the sprite of, right? So public image, right? Would it be image? What was it called? What did you say that it was called, Google? Or rather, Unity documentation displays a sprite for the UI system. It's image. Show me a code example, please. Also, why is this 2018? Give me 2018, please. Yeah, give me this page in 2022. This page doesn't exist in 2022. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Why is this not the latest? Why does this not have the latest? Unity scripting API, please. 2019.1. Bro, I'm at the home page. Why do you not have the latest one? Unity scripting API. Well, here was I talking about like how much Google sucks, and now I get this thing sending me to a weird place. Unity UI elements? Is that a different thing? Classes, just show me the page, please. Unity classes, color field, image. Do you have image? Interfaces, attributes. Unity editor UI element. No, this is Unity editor. Not the one. Or Unity engine. Unity engine point UI elements. Experiment. Why is it experimental? Just okay. Classes. No. Interfaces. Classes. Image. Please tell me you have a page for image. ImGUI. Is that the same thing? I don't think it's the same. Image, there it is. Visual element representing a source. Texture. Image, scale mode, source rect. Are those the same things that I'm getting here? Source image, color, material. Do you have color? Tint color, UV, vector image, image. Okay, I'm going to assume that you mean this. Let's see. I want an image, but I need to add it to. Give me sprite. Give me sprite. Give me a code example, please. Whatever. Okay, let's just wing it. I think I should be using Unity engine point UI elements, and I think within those UI elements I should be just getting an image. Then from that image, then in that image I should be like image point sprite should be sprite less index, and that should be it. Let's do make compiles. It doesn't. Okay. The type of namespace sprite could not be found. Is it with uppercase? No, it is not. Okay, so that means that I'm accessing the wrong thing. Wait, that's weird. Why am I accessing the wrong thing? All the same. But when 2020? Yeah, we are. What's going on? I don't get it. Okay, let's go. 8, line 8. Did I write it wrong? Maybe I wrote it wrong. Image point right. Again, show me the fucking custom methods. Lore. Let's bubble up. Handlers. Callback event handler. What the fuck are these? I don't think these are the ones that I want. I think image UI, UXML element in GUI container. In a UI, you can render complex UIs that are impossible with the existing UI toolkit. UI elements. Interfaces, enumerations, attributes, VFX. Image, a visual element representing a source texture. It has a sprite, but it has a sprite. What do you mean this one doesn't exist? Am I fucking crazy? Oh, I think this is my issue. I think it should be of type sprite, like uppercase S. Okay, but that's. Okay, how do you get the size of an array? In C#. Because I thought it was that, I was so confident I just wrote it. It's uppercase. Why is it uppercase? Fucking damn it! Whoa, it's not a function. Okay, so that should do it. Now I need to implement this function, right? Get random index, which should be easy. Just get random index. Just it returns an int, an integer. It is given an integer which is the length of the array, and is given an integer which is the current index that we want to exclude. So, in order to do those, I need to remember how the random library works in Unity, how the stuff is written in it. I'm pretty sure there's something about integers being inclusive or not. That is, yeah, it's range. I want to go to random range with integers. Mean inclusive, max exclusive, right? So it's random point range. The minimum inclusive is 0. The maximum exclusive should be the length minus 1, right? Because it's the total length, because it's exclusive. So if I give it length, it's going to give me all the effective range of the array, but I want to give it one less than that, so minus 1, right? Then I want to store that, int to return equals that range, then if to return is equal to the index that you were given, that you were told to exclude, then instead of returning that, return. Actually, this is just one instruction. If that is the case, return length minus 1, right? So return 1 less than the length, that is to say the last index. But if it is the case, then just return the one that you were going to return in the first place. That makes it so that you will return every number from 0 to the length of the index, excepting the number that you've got, the number that we're already at. That should do it. Let's see if that'll work. I think it should. I see no reason why it shouldn't. Identifier expected in line 28. What does that mean? Int get random index. Oh, yeah, this is an int. That works. Okay, so let's see if this works. What's going on? Why are you not showing me this public? Everything else is what? Why is this not being shown? It's an image type public. Am I looking at the right script? Yes, I am. Show in inspector. They shouldn't make a difference, but let's see that. No, that's not okay. But on UI point image points right. What is this? Okay, I know that I accessed UI elements with in my previous project, so let's check those scripts. Let's check if there's anything there that might be missing, because this shouldn't be hard. This is extremely easy. Let's see. Scripts possible. No, I know that I didn't use UI then. Wait, shit, those games have no UI. Shit. Okay, so I'm gonna need to look for something else. Unity, the snake one. I'm gonna be assets. Give me. It was a snake thing, yeah? Okay, so give me the script. I'm pretty sure there's one called just Grid Arena Manager or something. Yeah, this this is a bunch of code, but the stuff that I want is, well, first of all, I want to make sure that, right, this is text mesh Pro. Oh, this is just, I'm just accessing this as a game object. So I have no idea then. Ah, shit. How do you... Yeah, this is the response for more than 5 years ago. I use the engine. Why is this the thing? But then why would it compile if it's not included in the right library? But that compiled too, and this one gave me what I want. Why did the other one work? That's fucking weird. Okay, whatever. Fucking Unity things. Okay. So now, if I start you off with this sprite, goddamn, that took a long while. Yeah, let's go to these resources. Okay, let's go with you. We're just gonna start with this sprite. We're gonna have you like that. Okay. And then we're going to grab a list of sprites. I have a total of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. It's 6 for each of these. So yeah. So this should be the up one. So up, 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 and let's say that the switch time is 0.1 seconds. Does that work? That's the question. It does. It doesn't look half bad, actually. Okay, so we want these to be prefabs. We want 4 of these little things. It's going to be the up arrow. And this is going to be, yeah, just go to the project, we want a folder for those, so create that folder. Is going to be called the prefabs. And this up arrow is going to be the base prefab. Then from this we're going to copy and paste it into for different, how did you make a sub prefab? Yeah, create a prefab from this one. So prefab variant. This is the left arrow. The reason I make the prefab variant is so that when I modify one, the other ones get modified too if it's a thing that they can do. So we go to this left arrow, and the only change that we want is to give this one the right sprite, well, the left sprites actually, but the correct ones, correct sprites. So this is the left. Did I not change your name? No, I did. Okay, so left arrow, right? No. There you go. Almost got tricked by that. Okay, so left arrow. Left. 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 Everything else exactly the same. And then we do that 3 more times. create prefab variant. This is right arrow. New, go to resources. Right, 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 right. Go to this prefab, create a new prefab variant, and this is called the down arrow. And same as before, for one last time, we go here, select you, and in the list of images, it does bother me a little bit, these always are open. In this list of images, we go down, 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 down. And then I create one of each of these just to check that they work. Let's not create you. You here, put you here, put you here, here. So that's something to fix. The default image is the up arrow for all of them. Shouldn't make a difference, but you know. Okay, yes, but the left and right arrows, they look squished. Which I'm realizing what that is. I know how to fix that. The issue is that all of these boxes, they should be the same size. So let's take the one that is the widest, right? So width 28, 27, 36, 36. Okay, we'll make all of them 36, right? That's not how you select all of them. 6. Okay, slice. Pivot method, type grid by cell size. Yep, I'm gonna make it 36. Gonna move this to the. It should be exactly 6, right? Exactly 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 37, 38, 39, 38. 38? 39? 38. Let's just go with 38. Offset them by 1 pixel, 2 pixels. No. Give me, offset them by 0. Give me 1 pixel of padding. There you go, that's what I want. Okay. And then for vertical I want 4, so give me 32, 40, 39. Okay, and then give me a padding of 1 pixel. No, there's not 39, make it 38. None of them get cut out, so that's, I mean, I think that's about as good as we're gonna get. Really though, that's odd. Okay, you know what? Let's go to the original file and just count it instead of just doing all this shit. Right? So how big are each of these squares? That's the size that each of them is going to be, right? 65 by 66. Okay, slice. 65 by 66. That's way too big. What's going on? Oh, we made the thing smaller by 60%, didn't we? Right. So resize it by 60%, and then gives us this. And the size here is 39 by 39. Okay, slice it. 39 by 39. No padding. I know. I mean, yeah, but why am I missing one to the right? Give me 38. Give me also the 1, 2, 4, 0. Give me a padding of 1 then. Yeah, right. You know what? It's close enough. Don't keep the empty racks. Make it pivot to the center and delete the ones that already exist. Yep, apply. They're a bit bigger than they need to be, right? But the thing about them is that they're all the same size, which means that they're not going to get deformed when they switch from one size to the other, which was way too noticeable here. Now we go to the up arrow prefab and we tell it to, hey, this image, set it to the native size, and also make sure the rect transfer is 111, and that should do it. That should make it so that they don't deform like they were before. Doesn't seem to have worked. Did you set it to native size? Yes, you did. Did you save that? What if I bring one of you in right here? It doesn't seem to work when I make new ones, so I guess. So you. Now hold on. What's the point of a prefab if you want to update the children? Yes, set the native size. Also, while we're at it, change the default image. I don't want that one. This is the down one, so they should have just any down arrow. Say, for example, this one. That's the left arrow. Should have any left arrow. So this one. This is what game making is. Just a bunch of futzing with shit. You gotta have patience for all these little things. Or maybe this is just what Unity is. Maybe Unity is just a fucking mess. But yeah, because yeah, that should work. That's the whole point of making prefabs, is that you change a setting in the original and then all the children change with it. That's the whole point of making a prefab. Not for the changing the default images, but on the changing the canvas size, setting them to the native size that they should be. That should have just worked. I don't know. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding something. That is possible. That's always a possibility. Okay, let's check that the animators work this time. They shouldn't be deformed since all the pictures, all the sprites are the exact same size, right? So. Works. Looks good too. I do like the look. Okay. So then. Something should spawn these things. That thing should probably be this input panel. But if it's not it, it should be a child. So I guess this thing should have smile. First of all, I'm gonna need to make a dividing line that separates these two. Let's just make it a horizontal line for now and worry about how it should look later. We're going to need a UI element that is just an image, and this is going to be the divider. It's not going to be inside the mouse sprite, just so that the hierarchy looks nice. This is going to be in position 0, 0. It's going to be at the center. It's going to have a width of, let's say, just 1. Let's make it a different color. Let's make it like gray so that it doesn't need too much space. Let's make it... Why do I have green borders? And make it a width of 3 actually, just so that it matches this with a little bit better. Gray, not that. And then we're gonna make it have a height of however high. That's the thing I should do actually. This panel should have a height of however high this thing is. That way I avoid the issue of the free aspect just getting weird like that. Yeah, like it's always 1/3 of the screen. It's just reaches all the way to the top every time, right? I should do it for the other one too. Felicity. The other one is the panel. You should have this height. And then this divider should also be just the total height of the thing as a thing, and then it should be 0 from the top. And from the bottom, you shouldn't overlap the mouse. So, yeah, there's many pixels from the bottom. 180. Like that, that should be fine. Top at 0. Put it up at 0. There you go. But why is that? That's not 0. That's not 0 pixels from the top. What the fuck were you on about? Oh, scale. Scale should be 1 to 1. Yeah, there you go. Now the width should be more than 3 pixels. It should be something like 9. And then 0 pixels from the top, pixels from the bottom. So scale is applied after the positioning of it. That's weird, man. Yeah, something like that. And then I go here, right? That divider is there. It's an ugly divider, but like it works. I just wanna need something that I can actually. Yeah, that works. That scales. Oh no, hold on. That's not what I want. Yeah, that works. That scales. That scales properly. Okay, Felicity. Oh. Okay, so now we have this divider. We're gonna need 2 spaces, 2 canvases, right? One to the left and one to the right. There was a way to do it, to do the thing where you create a thing, right, that will position different prefabs on ordered relatively to one another. And I forget how to do that. Well, either way, we're going to need the left space and the right space, right? So let's create that as an empty as a canvas, right? This is left face. You exist pinned to the right and taking up the whole height of the object. You exist at the position X of 0, but with a pivot of 0 as well, which makes you stuck to the left edge but protruding to the right. Your width is half of your parent, so instead of 420, it is 210. So you reach that way. And you exist actually, what's the distance of the divider? Let's copy that. It should be 300. Now, see, why did you move? What made you move? You were 0. You go at 360, and you're 0. I click off, I click back on, you're still in that position. That's what you should be. You're 0 and 360. Click on you, you're still in that position. Click, stay in the position. You fucking asshole. You take all of that space. Then we want the opposite, so we want the left space and we want the right space. Right space, and you should be pinned to the right in the same way. You should be at an X position. Now you should have your pivot instead of 0, you can have it at 1. You should be pinned to 0 right here. And everything else should be the same. So now I have these two spaces. These two spaces don't actually have anything, they don't display anything, but they are going to contain things. So I'm going to put, let's say, an up arrow and a right arrow on you. And for some reason, even though your scale is 1 and your scale is 1, your scale is also 1, you show up tiny. I not get it. Oh, I get it. I was putting them there, wasn't it? The pixel size matches, but only provided that your scale is 3.8. No worries, we'll do that. The scale is going to be 3.8 for you and all your children. Like this. You as well, you as well, you as well. So you do change that, you just don't change in the set native when I click set native size. That's weird. Okay. You two are like this. Now these two are on top of each other, which is an issue, but it's an issue that we can fix. So the left space is going to have layout, I think. Layout, vertical layout group. Right, and this is where you shit. So yeah. Yeah, now we take this vertical layout group and I tell it, hey, I want a padding of this much on the left, this much from the top. I want to align you to the I want to align you from the bottom, upper, lower center from here. So forget the left padding, forget the top padding. I want the bottom padding of this much. And I want them to not expand to the height. No, don't control the size of your children. Don't do that. Do use the scale over your children. Padding to the left this much. Forget the padding from the bottom. Make it just 0. Forget the width scale. Just vertical layer group. Yeah. Zero. Yeah. Okay, that works. Because that's then this, right? Um. Yeah. Yeah. That works. Yeah. And then here, this right space should have the same component. Okay, copy this component, vertical layer group, paste the component values, and now you have this, right? And so the idea is that this is going to be updated automatically with the right sizes if I keep adding elements. And of course, if I add elements programmatically, right, through code, then that's going to get adjusted automatically as well. I probably could squeeze them a bit closer though. We'll see about that. We'll see if I need to, because maybe I won't have levels where I want to have that many arrows, right? 4 arrows is already a lot. So, for the design that I have in mind. So, the idea is we keep these elements added and then I don't have to mess with the positioning. I just create one of these prefabs in the place where I want it to go, and then this canvas by itself will just deal with their position, right? I can just get rid of this. Get rid of this. And there you go. Now, we need the system to create those. The input panel, no, I'm right, it's the input panel. This input panel has this script, and this script has the command list. So this should send a message to those two canvases. So we're going to need two game objects. Public game object. Parent lister? No. Arrow container. Let's call it the arrow container. Arrow container 1 and public game object arrow container 2. Then we're also going to have 4 prefabs. So up arrow, and then just copy that 4 times. Left arrow, right arrow, down arrow, right? Perfect, excellent. So, basically, shit, oh boy, I just zoned out for a bit there. Okay, yeah, basically I'm going to be creating one of those 4 prefabs inside of those 2 containers as these command lists get changed. So I'm going to need a function that is just void change command, right? Or actually, let's just call it update command. This is going to have this is going to receive a list of command type variables. Just called list. If that list that it receives is no, right? then we're going to just update it with what is already there. This gives us a way to run this function without actually having to change the command or having to create the thing beforehand. We can just call update command, it'll update with what is in memory, and it'll just do, right? So the way that I do this is, so take this list is equal to oh, wait a second. I'm realizing an issue. I'm gonna need to find out. Gonna need to have a way to select whether it's the left or the right one that I want to update. You know what? Let's just have the update command, because very rarely I'm gonna want to update only one. Let's have the update command. Just have a list command that is the left list. Have a list command that is the right list. Right? Okay, let's just call them list 1 and list 2 because that's the nomenclature I've been using the whole time. List 1 and just another one that is list 2. And then what this does is if list 1 is null, then list 1 is what you already had in command list 1. Then the same for list 2. If list 2 is null, then just do whatever you had for list 2, for command list 2. Actually, since these are just one instruction, I don't actually need to do the whole thing. I can just compact it a little bit like that. Yeah. So we have the lists that we want to update, right? First thing we want to do is we want to kill every children in the arrow container. Update command. Let's have another function that updates only one of the containers so that I only have to code this one time. Right? So void update containers. This is quickly getting to be a bit confusing, I'm realizing. But such is the way the code goes, I suppose. Okay, so update containers. We want to receive. Yeah, we want to first of all receive which one we're going to update. So we're going to receive game object, the container that we're going to update, container, and then a list of commands that is the list that we're going to update it with. This one is generic, so that I can just call this one twice from update command. So then, you take container, you take all of its children, and you kill them, you destroy them. So how do I get all the children from a game object? Also, game object with only one E. So let's see, Unity game object, scripting API, game object. The scripting, the documentation says that I can call get component, get component at index, component count, component in children, component in the, hold on. Component index, component in parent, get components in children, get components in parents, and message upwards, set active, try and get component, get primitive, find game objects, find with tag, get scene, instantiate game objects, set game object, hide flags, name, get instance to string, destroy immediate, don't destroy unload, find any objects by type, instantiate. Okay, so I can't get the children directly. But what I can get is get components in all of its children. So I could get all of the transforms, use the transforms to access the game object, and then destroy them. Problem is that get components in children also returns components in the parent. So that means that I'm going to destroy the parent in that case. So, but I just need to check, right? So get components in parent. On the specified game object, any child of the game object. Okay, yeah. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get components in children. We're gonna get components in children. How to use this one? This is public T. Okay, give me a second. Get components in children without the space. Yeah. Okay. So container. Get components in children of type transform. Oh, it's a list? Okay, sure, I'll make a list. So I want a list, I want to create a list of transforms. That is the children list. Right? And this is equal to, we're going to initialize the list so that it's not just a null thing that doesn't exist. Transform. So it's not even though it's multiple transforms, it's not plural because it's multiple thing of type transform. It's transform. We get this, we tell it to true because we do want to include active. Actually, no, just give it the list. Just give the list and it'll be fine. Children list. Then, having done that, we can, since this is a okay. Then, having done that, now the list of all the transforms is in children list. Now we want to take the children list and remove the transform of the parent. We don't want to kill the parent. So, lists in C#, how do you remove an element? C#, remove element. I know that, I think there's a way. How to remove item? Build. Remove the first occurrence. Okay, so yeah, this is what I am. So I want to take this children list and I want to remove from it the container. The containers transform. Now the children list is truly a list of only the children. So now I can take all of these children and destroy them. So for each, actually, how do you iterate through a list? For each, right? It's not the same thing. You use a delegate. Are you sure? Is there really not a way to iterate through a list just using normal for each? What fucking limit? Why wouldn't there be? can use it. Oh my god, people in Stack Overflow are such assholes. I hate them so much. Why is that such a bad site? Damn. Okay, no, so that does work. Why did I think it didn't? For each transform child in children list, do the following. Access that child's game object and destroy it. So yeah, we're going to first of all destroy all the children. Having done that, we can begin constructing the thing that we want to construct. So, take container for each create new children. Yeah, replace them. It's kind of fucked. We're doing horrible things to this parent. Then, okay, so for each command that is my own custom enum, enumerator. I think it should be enum. People probably say enum, but I think it should be enum. Because it's enumerator. Nobody says enumerator, it's enumerator. You enumerate something, right? I'm not wrong. Don't boo me. Don't send me hate mail. I'm not, I don't care. Man, for each command, we're gonna call it com in the list of commands. This is just the list. Do the following. Switch. We need to check whether the command is up, down, left, or right. So switch. Right? And then case number 1. It equals command point up. In that case, I want you to do something. Actually, that's not how it's written. In that case, I want you to do something and then break. Then I want 3 similar cases for left, right, and down. Left, right, down. Right? So the thing that I want you to do is, well, we're going to be instantiating something in all 4 cases. So we're going to be writing it over here. So after the switch, after all of that, we want to instantiate. So how do you instantiate? Also, take this off. How do you instantiate again? How does this instantiate in Unity work? You can't see it, but I have like 27 tabs open for different articles in the Unity in the scripting API. I never memorize this shit. You don't need to memorize. You need to memorize very little to be a programmer. If you only take one piece of advice from me as somebody who programs, let it be this: don't memorize shit. If it's common enough that you'll have to, that it'll get in the way if you don't, then you will eventually just by osmosis. Don't actively try to memorize how to do shit. Just code, and your memory will do the rest, right? Don't just, everything is free to look it up. And if you're ever afraid that you're going to be programming when you don't have any connection, then download all the docs. But odds are that you'll never need it, right? Don't memorize shit. Your brain, this is a bit of philosophy. Your brain is terrible at memorizing. It's terrible, just relative to literally anything that could exist. Okay, you could etch something into a rock and you'll stay there for thousands of years. Your brain is going to forget something next week if you don't reinforce it constantly. Your brain is shit at memorizing things. A piece of paper is better. Memory is a useless skill. It's not useless. Memory is a skill that, whenever possible, is better delegated to literally anything else that there could be. Just whenever you can avoid it, use your brain for better things. There are things that your brain can do that a piece of paper could never hope to. Don't use your brain for memory. Use your brain for processing. Use your brain for thinking. Don't use your brain for memory. That's a waste of space and a waste of processing power. When you can help it. I mean, obviously there are some times where you have to memorize things. If there's ever a point in your life, and I'm not great at this either, mind you, but if there's ever a point in your life, right, where you think, okay, I'll remember that. You probably can, but don't. It's better if you don't try. Write it down. Okay, so how to instantiate shit? Is object original transform? Yeah, I definitely want to tell who the parent is. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I definitely want to tell you who the parent is, because that's how the whole ordering the things in the space even works to begin with. So I'm going to need the second version of this function. I need to instantiate the transform. I probably don't need to give it a rotation and the position, because it's going to be adjusted by the component, right? So then, we want to instantiate that to instantiate. We want to give it the parent that is always going to be the same. It's going to be the container, but it's the container's transform, because for some reason the transform is used as the identity of the object sometimes. I've always found that weird, but I don't know. And then we just need to set who the to instantiate is supposed to be. Which is one of these 4 prefabs that we have defined of them. So just paste it here so that I can remember the name. And here it's to instantiate equals the up arrow and code. And this is left arrow, right arrow. One thing that I don't understand about C# is why this switch statement, the cases are not just using brackets. I don't really quite get it. Also, is it break? I feel like break might not be the right one, but oh. No, it is the right one. It was just being highlighted weird because I forgot to put these columns. That's what happened. Okay, that should work. That should be code that works. You just want to assign local variable to instantiate. Okay. The issue is that because I could be passing a com here that may not match any of the cases, maybe to instantiate will not be initialized. I know that that is impossible, but to keep the compiler happy, we're going to set to instantiate by default to the up arrow. That means technically that I could delete this case, but this makes it easier to read. Understands what's happening, so we're just gonna keep that there. Hey, that's excellent. Okay, that compiled. We don't know yet if it works. The arrow containers are the left, not the left squiggle. That's not the one. The arrow containers are the left space and the right space. The prefabs are here. Please log this. You're going to put it away. They are up arrow, left arrow, right arrow, down arrow. Okay, now I can't test this function yet because there's nothing that uses it, right? After assigning the lists, I want you to take each of those lists and update it separately. So that means run this process on both of them. Container 1 and the list of commands is list 1. The numbers match. The numbers must always match so that I never get confused while coding. Then do the same to our container 2 and the list 2. Also, these are not part of that if, so they don't need to be shifted forward. Now, the issue is that nothing is calling update commands. Update commands should be called when the thing changes, but also at the beginning of the game. So we're going to create a start function. Void start. And on start, we're going to do one thing. Because we did take the care to put these two bits there to be sure that we can update commands without needing to change them. That means that I can just now call update commands from the start function and just give it two null values. Actually, I forgot that semicolon there. Okay, that's not amazing. What's going on? The left one seems to have updated. It's right and noun. So right and noun. I would want them in the opposite order, but that's something that I can handle from the thing. And you, the right space. Oh, because I gave it the right squiggle for some reason. I should have given it the right space. Yeah, it should be the right space. It should be this. Hell yeah. Okay, now let's check that that wasn't a fluke. First of all, I want these to be displayed in the opposite order. Bottom should be first, right? Bottom should be the first. So if the thing here, if this says right down, then I want the bottom one to be right and the one up next should be down. Right now that is reversed, but since this is just a display thing and the data is ordered in the correct way, I don't actually need to bother too much about it. I can just go to these two spaces. Look this, please. Go to these two spaces and reverse the arrangement. So right here. That should do it. Yeah, write them down. Okay, now let's make sure that that wasn't a fluke. Let's see if it updates correctly during execution. So first, I'm gonna need a way to run this during execution. That's easy. I can just um, context menu, update commands. And go to you. Come here. The initial run works. Now I can just change this command to up, change this command to left. I want the right side to only have one. It's going to be down. I want the left side to have 3. It's going to be up, left, up. And then menu command. Oh, yeah. Should be something more like this. Void debug, since I'm not going to use it for anything else. Debug update, and what it does is it automatically calls update commands with a null and null. The reason for this is because I can't give it variables from this context menu, so. And I might have misspelled this. So they are up, left, up, and down. But yeah, that's working. Excellent, that's great. Okay. I know that it is capable of sending the commands one at a time, because whenever I click, it has been printing to screen things. This is this line right here. So let's comment this line. I don't want it to print anymore. It's fine. I already know that it works. But now I need to create something that receives these commands. I'm gonna need an object that is a command queuer. That means that this object should queue up commands for them to be executed by a player. That means when these commands are sent, this command queuer should receive them, then execute them with a short delay between one and the next. And a bit of visual flair, like it should have those arrows there. Just be you know, doing their thing. So, how would I go about doing that? Well, the first thing that I'm wondering is, because the rect transform is such a pain in the ass to deal with programmatically, it may be a better idea to just not bother and instead do it in the scene. I'm trying to think of the best way. I'll tell you what, I've been at this for a while. I'm gonna take a little break, and while I'm on the break, I'm going to decide if I want to keep going today. I think I probably do for at least a little bit more, but probably not more. I'm realizing I'm kind of running out of gas. So, let's see. I mean, I'll be right back, right? Alright. I think we're gonna continue. Not for too long, but for at least a little bit. So, what we need now is an object that can receive these these foreign these scheduling objects. So what this is going to be is first of all, it's going to be on the left panel. This is the schedule panel is what it's going to be called. Schedule panel, right? Now, the way that this schedule panel is going to work is that it is going to have, first of all, it's going to have, well, first of all, I need to figure out how I want it to work, right? I want it to have, to be clear what is going on. So first of all, I'm going to need like a little case. It's pretty easy to do. I can just kind of follow this style, right? On this same sort of thing. So let's just use a basic shape for that in let's make it gray this time. Actually, let's use one of those colors, right? One of those colors that we had used previously. For the left side, for the squiggles, I like the color for the left squiggles. So let's go with that. It is this in hex. So, this is my image editing program. You saw it before. So on this color. Now what we want to do here with this color is just create a little square, and it would be good if it was the same size as the containers for one of these arrows. This square should have rounded edges so that it looks a bit nicer, and it's not going to be filled, it's going to be like this. Yeah, this one. Like something like this. It's basic and it doesn't move. Not everything needs to be that scratchy and movie. In fact, it kind of takes emphasis away from things if it's moving. So having something that doesn't move a lot is good. Now I want to fill this squiggly square, but not with the same color. A color that is related. So let's say a darker version of this color, like this. Create a nice area, right? Like this. And then we are going to have this be its own thing. In order to prevent bleeding, I'm going to move it one bit away from the corner, and then we're going to do like this. We're going to crop this to selection, then save this as preview corner is what we're going to call it, even though it's not a corner. Let's just call it preview then. Image preview slot. Then we go back to Unity. In Unity, I want to get this as a resource. I want this preview slot resource. Should be... I'm in documents. Let's go to streams. No, not to streams. It's Unity stop. That's the default. There you go. Image preview slot. Same as usual. Don't filter it. But this is only one sprite, so we'll take it as single. Now, yes. Now, in this schedule panel, we're going to create a child object that is an image. This image is going to have this image on top, and it's going to be set on its native size. However, its scale it's going to be, because it has to match these in size, it has to be 3.8. 3.8. 3.8. Yep, that looks nice. Okay. So we're going to place this here. And its position is going to be relative to the lower left corner, just to make things nice, just so that these numbers right here are actually padding. So yeah, your pivot position is going to be also the lower right corner, so it's going to be 1, 1, no, 0, 1 and 0. So then you're going to have an X position of -20 and 20 from the middle of the screen. So that just becomes padding, right? So I can be sure that that space is going to remain consistent. Now, how does this look on scaling? Free aspect? Scaling? Yeah, that works. That works, I think. Okay. Full HD. So then there is going to be a... I am going to need a little panel that is going to hold an equally spaced bunch of little things, and they are going to be positions. They're going to be positions that are going to be invisible, but they are going to be the positions that these copies of these schedules are going to magnetize to. What does that mean? They're going to stick to, right? So that means that those positions will not be moved, but these guys will be moved along those indexes of positions. So how many positions? Considering that the size of the arrows is something like this, right? Then I can probably fit one, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's say 3 rows, right? So 1, 2, 3. The other one is just gonna be off screen, right? It doesn't really matter. If you just click a bunch of times, right, they're gonna be executed in the order that you click them, but they're going to queue forever, and this is just a visual element. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say 15, right? 15 positions. I'm going to have inside of this schedule panel, we're going to have to create a UI panel. Remove the image. Just remove it, right? And then this panel, it's not going to reach all the way to the top. So we're gonna have it like this amount of space. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, like I feel you can fit 5 emojis in there, right? And then just yes. Why won't things just stay at 0? 0. Let me check that the other one didn't move while I wasn't looking, because it seems to like to do that. Yeah, well, what the hell's up with that? Okay, now this panel, it's an empty panel, right? In this panel, we're going to create, if I create an empty inside of you, will it be a rect transform or not just it's a normal transform? Okay, so this is position 1, and then we're going to create 50 of these. I go until it says 14. Actually 15. I want one that's outside so that you don't see them pile up when they do pile up. Position 2, position 3, position 4, position 5, position 6, position 7, position 8, position 9, position 10, position 11, position 12, position 14, position 15, no, position 14, position 15, position 16. So now, these positions, you are going to be outside so that I don't deal with you. Now, we're going to have a grid layout group. And also I'm going to take all these positions and I'm going to make them visible with a little plug. Where's that plug is way too tiny. Make it bigger. I need it bigger. I need it way bigger. Yeah, like that. Now, what's happening here is that these little plugs, I think I just called them. Why did I call them that? Don't actually exist. They're not visible things. They are just visible in the scene. So that allows me to position invisible objects to the right place. So now I can check this panel. I want you to, a cell size should be bigger, probably. I want there to be 3 rows. I want there to be stuff like this, right? And the start corner should be the lower right. The start axis should be vertical. That means that goes right to up, right to left, down to up, right to left, which is what I want the child alignment to be. I don't want this panel to be moved a little bit to the right. This should be kind of half off screen. No, actually, I think this works. Okay, so we're gonna have you there, right? Now, this grid layout group can die now, because I don't actually need them to be ordered just any time. I just need them to be ordered right now, right? These are never going to move, so I don't need that component to be there. Putting that component there helps me order them now, and then since they're going to be always the same amount, they just get to stay there. So, having done that, now the idea is that I can spawn, when I click, this schedule panel is going to generate copies of these arrows, and it's going to place them in these slots. And then as it consumes them to execute the move, it is going to delete this and move all these others one slot down. It's easy. So, how do we do that? First, we are going to need to create a script for the scheduler. So, script. No, that's not. I don't want that. No, don't do that. I don't like. Don't create script. The script. Scheduler. Now, it probably helps me if this is a singleton instance, because I don't want to have to reference it from the input receiver. So let's make it. I'm never gonna have more than one scheduler at a time, right? So let's make this a singleton instance. How do you make something a singleton instance? I don't remember. Okay. How do you do that? I'm pretty sure I have a script for that here. I don't remember where, but I'm sure that I have it. So let's look for it. Build. No, it's not on build. It's in resource. No, it's just not. It's in scripts. Camera, probably. No, it's not this one. Okay. Probably player. Probably input. No, not this one either. Okay, then maybe alert awareness? Usually the ones that say awareness are singleton instances. Camera system? This is the one. Yeah, okay. So that's how we do it. I just copy this. So this is public static. We want a thing that is of the same type as this script. We're telling it there's one thing of type of this script, point instance, right? That is a static, so only one of them exists. And that means also that it is global somehow. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I do know that it works. And then on awake, I tell it, hey, if one of these already exists, get rid of this one, because we don't need to. There's always only going to be one. Except it's not going to be scheduler, it's going to be... It's not going to be camera system, it's going to be scheduler. So what this does is create this thing that is always going to be one, right? And then make sure to delete others that are copies, and then make this referenceable from everywhere within the rest of my project. At least that's what I used it for. There's probably better uses for it. I don't really understand exactly how all of this works. I just know that it does work. Which is not a bad thing. I should probably figure out what a singleton instance is. Like, I know that it's a bad thing to just be using things without understanding them fully. However, when you have to make a project a month, 3 times a semester, it does mean that you are kind of gonna have to sweep a lot of details under the radar a little bit. Let's see. Okay, so having a singleton instance, what I can do now is take this input receiver, and in that place where I previously was only debugging a line, I can tell it, hey, reach command, send that command to the scheduler. So take the singleton instance that we just created, the script scheduler instance, and tell it to receive a command. The scheduler will receive commands one by one. That's how the scheduler knows which commands come first and which come after. Right? That makes sense. So, the scheduler has one thing. It has a variable. This variable is actually a list of other variables. These variables are going to be... How did I create a list? Where did I create a list? I know that I created a list earlier, so where is it? What? Oh, here. Here it is. Okay. I'm going to have a list. This is not public though, this is just a list. This is the waiting command. These are the commands that are waiting to be executed. So, this is equal to a new list of type commands, but it's going to begin empty. So, just this. Does that create an error? Right, we have to create that function. We have to create the function. Public, so that others can use it. Void, it doesn't return anything. Receive a command. Receive, send command, receive command. To receive a command type variable called command to receive, and then it's going to do something. We'll worry about that a little bit later. For now, I want to see if you compile. Do you compile? Compiles, hooray! Okay. Give it that it compiles. Does it correctly receive the commands? Let's just be really sure that it's... yeah, let's just be really sure that it is receiving them. Good luck. Print me the command that you received. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Where is that? Mouse input receiver number... No. Mouse input receiver number 47. Mouse input receiver number 47 says script scheduler point instance is for some reason not being set. Which makes sense actually, because I made that script but I didn't assign it to anyone. The schedule panel should hold that script. There you go. Now, do you print? Yes, it's printing up, it's printing right down. Okay. So then, what do we do? Now we need to know what should happen whenever you receive one of those commands. First of all, you should have that list of positions, but since I only care about the positions, I'm going to give you the transform. So we're gonna need that list. List of transform. Actually, it's not a list. It's an array. Transform, because there's never going to be more or less of them. I'm not going to need to set the size of it dynamically, so I don't need a list. Transform is better. Now, why do you use transforms instead of lists? Lists are basic. Why do you use arrays? Why do you use arrays instead of lists? Lists are dynamically allocated. That means that they can become bigger or smaller as you need them to. Arrays cannot, which means that lists are easier to use, but arrays are more memory efficient. I mean, processing power efficient as well. It's one of those macro optimizations that, like, are not really gonna matter much most of the time, but are so easy to do that you do them every time just because. Use arrays whenever you can. Okay, what was I doing? Take this transforms, they take this list of transforms. This is a public thing because I want to assign it from the inspector. And this is going to be the queue positions. Right? Queue positions, so that I know that it's many. Right? So now these are schedule panel. So queue positions. I want 16 of them. They're all of these. I wish there was an easy where I Hola. No pensé que te iba a pasar por acá. Puta, se la voy a decir, pues música de fondo, pues en vez de estar haciendo copyright infringement así a la ligera todo el rato. Okay, so I want to set all these positions. ¿Cómo les fue? Muy como lo yo. Muriendo mucho. El profe empezó a poner las notas a todo esto, no sé si cachaste. Okay, so I put all these here. Now these are all the positions. I don't know why I talk to you in Spanish. You understand English. You know English. It was fucking just having half the stream in Spanish for no reason. I care. I do care. That's good. That's good. Good to hear that. Okay, I have all those positions. So what I want to do is I want to create one little arrow, and I probably should create it from here because you're the one that holds the references to all those arrows. And then I want to move it, I want to lerp it to the corresponding position depending on where it is on the queue. What that means is that on top of receiving the command, you should probably receive that game object as well. So, this is what's going to happen. Whenever you execute a command, which is here, before you send a command, you need to create a clone of the arrow that corresponds to that command, to that UI element. So, I hope there has to be a way, because these are ordered within these arrow containers as whatchamacallit. They're ordered within these arrow containers. I mean, looking at somebody else's script is usually it's usually hard to understand something that you didn't write yourself, right? Supongo que este es el Matías. Sí, el Matías tiene la foto de perfil. Okay, so these two containers hold as their children the little objects. So I can clone them, I can instantiate them. They hold them in the same position within the hierarchy as the order that they go in, where is it? These command lists, because I created them that way. So if I want to create a clone of them, what I could do is or actually, hold on, isn't it better if I just Yeah, because I hold a reference to all the arrows that I can create. So why create a clone of an arrow that I already... No, because I want the position. I want them to start from that position so that they... Okay. Right, so what I want to do. I want to index... Hey, nice! You're doing well this year. Okay, what I want to do... How do you type a backslash? Okay. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to check these containers. I want to check its children. I want to find the children that is in the same position as the command that I'm about to send, create a clone of that, send that clone to this function. Then this function will add it to the queue, and then the queue, well, this is the queue, but you know, in the update, it's going to lerp it slowly to the position that it should be. Not that slow, but somewhat slow. And that will create that effect where if I delete one from the queue, the others are just going to reposition automatically because that's how a list works. I think. I hope. Okay. So, before I send the command, I always do this. So this happens for each command. So, for each command, I need to find the child of the command list that goes in that position. So, command list, we're going to need an index. We're going to need an integer index that starts at 0. Then I'm going to need to look for the find children option in the game object library. So, game object, find children. Find the game object by name, return it. Find. Is it transform? Is it the transform? It could be in the transform instead of the game object. In the transform, there is a function here that is child count. The number of children, Euler angles, forward has changed, hierarchy capacity, hierarchy count, position rotation scale, parent, position right rotation, attach children. Find the child by name, return a transformed child by index. Okay, that's what I want. So I want to take this arrow container before I... Yeah, here. Oh, but the problem is that I don't know what the arrow container is right here, do I? So I'm gonna need to... Yeah, I'm gonna need to give it here. So arrow container 1, and here arrow container 2. Also, why is it uppercase? It shouldn't be uppercase, it should be lowercase. Arrow container 1, container 2, and I'm gonna have to change every single name. So they are variables, kind of. Game objects are not really variables in the same. Okay. Arrow container 1, arrow container 2. So then you're going to receive a game object type that is an arrow container. Arrow container. Generic this time because it could receive either of them. And then within the arrow container, you're going to check this arrow container. Arrow container. You're going to get its transform because it's a game object and this function is of the transform component, transform. Within the transform, you're going to get the function get child, and I want you to get the child I, the index that we're working with here. Then I plus plus. Actually, are children 0 index? They probably are, but let's just double check. Index. Transform child by index. If the transform has no child or the index argument has a value greater than the number of children, then error will be generated. Transform child out of bounds. The number of children can be provided by child count. First child, no, it's 0 indexed. Okay. So we get this child. What do we want to do with this child? We want to clone it. So instance, right? Where is the instance? Should be instantiate, yeah. want to be the original object that you want to create a copy of. So, yeah, to clone, we're going to clone, and yeah, the child is going to get transformed, so we need to turn it back into a game object because shit's weird. Back into a game object, like this. Not a function, just a game object. Then we take this object, we want to clone it, right? This is a game object type, variable game object. To clone, okay. Take this, to clone it, we want to instantiate, right? Instantiate. We want to clone. That's the one that we want to clone. Then the other thing is we need the thing that we want to be its parent. Its parent should be the game object that is attached to the script scheduler. Script scheduler game object. Its position and rotation should be. Let's assume that it's going to appear in no, because usually they're 0, aren't they? Owns the child's own children. By default, the parent is null. It is not a sublet. Function makes a copy, similar to duplicate, commanding the editor if you're cloning game object can specify position and rotation. Those default to the original game object's position and rotation. Otherwise, object it is attached to is also cloned again with that. Okay. Yeah, that should work, right? And then so that should clone the object in the same position that it is. And then what this should do is we should send that. Does the snapshot command return me that clone? Yes, it does. Okay. Game object. Return it to me as a game object. Game object instantiate. Clone. Yeah. I want this clone. This clone is the result of that cloning. So this is the clone. I want to pass that clone to the scheduler along with the command that corresponds to it. So the scheduler knows the order that these clones are supposed to be inputted in. The scheduler is passed a command and a game object arrow. We're gonna call it an arrow because they're all arrows. Yeah, that should work. Okay. Having all that, what do? We need first of all a list of all the arrows that we are currently dealing with. List game object ending. This should always be the same length. New list of type game object create. Thank you. Right. So this should always be the same object. Whenever we add one to one, we add one to the other. So then waiting commands add the command that we just received. Pending arrows add the arrow that we just received. And that should be it. That should be all you do when you receive a command. Then we have an update function. Update. Right? And what this should do is that it should it should be running a timer, and whenever that timer reaches 0, the timer resets and it executes one of the commands that it has in queue and deletes one of the pending arrows. The rest of the time, it's moving all the arrows so that they lerp to the position that corresponds to their position in the queue. We're going to need a couple of variables for that. So, first of all, we need a timer and everything that we need to make a timer work. So, first off is a float. This float is how much time in between executing each step. The time step. We're gonna call it step time. going to be equal to, let's say, half a second. I'm probably going to want it faster later. I feel like I forgot some. No, I didn't. Okay, that's fine. Then we need another variable that is the current timer. So this is how much time it takes. This is how much time has passed, how much time until the next time, right? This was not public. Float timer. We begin with the timer. When you start execution, the timer should be equal to the step time. Just to make sure that you don't immediately execute the thing on the first frame. Then, also this is the timer lowercase. Then, every single update cycle, I want you to take the timer and subtract to it time point delta time. This makes it so that we subtract the time that has passed since the last execution. Then, if this timer is smaller or equal to 0, so that is to say, if we have to trigger, if we are at that point. Also, it should be. Then we want to do a function, and this function is going to be called just execute command, right? Execute. Check first the size. How do you check the size of a list? C# list size count. That's what it is. Okay. So first of all, waiting commands, and we're going to assume the pending arrows is the same size because it shouldn't be. If they aren't, then something has gone wrong. If waiting point count, it's larger than 0, then we're going to create a function that is execute command. And execute command for now is not going to do much, but it's going to do something later, right? So for now, execute command, all it's going to do is just print something on screen. So void execute command, it's going to receive a variable of type command that is the com that I want to execute, and then debug point log, just print it to screen. That's fine. This is just for testing. We're going to do that, and we're going to give you in the list waiting commands. We're going to give you position number. Okay, what the fuck are we talking about? This is not how you write that. In the list waiting commands, I'm going to give you position number 0. How do you return a position within a list? List C# access. You access it by just writing. How do you access it? Come on. Oh, just same as an array? That's weird. Okay. Waiting commands 0. So the first one in the list. The idea is that this works like a queue data structure. So first in, first out. First one to arrive, first one to be executed. As opposed to a stack, right? So then, after executing the command, we're going to destroy the the command that was executed along with its corresponding arrow. So destroy, and there's probably going to be a more elegant way to do this later, but right now I just want to make sure that the logic works. So first of all, we're going to take this. We want to actually, first of all, I should remove them from the list. And actually, I don't need to destroy the command because that's just data. That's just an enum. It's just an int. The thing that I need to destroy is the game object of the arrow. So waiting command, remove number 0. How do you remove something from a list? C# list remove. It's just remove. Okay. So waiting commands, remove number 0. Is it the number? It's the index, right? Remove at. Yeah, remove the thing that is at the index 0. Then take pending arrows, and they should be lowercase. Keep mixing that up. I don't usually, which probably means that I'm fading. This probably means that I'm tired, and that I should probably take a break before I commit a catastrophic error. But I want to finish this system. We want to remove the arrow that is currently at 0, but also we want to destroy it. So we're going to keep that reference to destroy. The reason I'm keeping it here in an extra variable instead of doing both is because I'm not sure if the list is going to play well with having an object in it get destroyed. I think it might do something weird, and so I want to prevent that, right? So I'm going to grab the object that I want to destroy, remove it from the list, and then, since I still have it grabbed, only then destroy it. Ending arrows point 0. Although, like, come on. Then take the object that we wanted to destroy and destroy it. Destroy to destroy. Right. So that kind of works, right? But I still don't have the objects moving where I want them. And that should happen not only when you execute the command, it should happen every time, every update cycle. So I'm going to need another float. This is going to be the strength of the lerp. What that means is that when that number is higher and closer to 1, the lerp is going to be immediate, so there's going to be no smoothing on the movement. If it's closer to 0, then it's going to be less immediate and it's going to be a smoother transition, right? Float lerp string, and we're going to put it at 0.1. That's usually pretty soft. 2.1 is actually not that soft, it's actually pretty heavy, but I'm going to multiply by delta time, so it does that. So we want to go through every arrow that is pending and move it slightly. So for we're going to create a new variable. This is I. I'm going to start at 0. And so long as I is smaller than pending arrows points count. Now count I think gives you the total amount. So count. Total number of elements that exists. So yeah, so long as it is smaller than arrow point count. If it is equal, get out of the for loop. Increase I by 1 plus. Now we're going to take the pending arrow that we want to move. So arrow to move, and we're going to move it from its current position to the position that it should be. The position that it should be is one of these in queue positions. So if yeah move to is a transform type. that is the position that we want to move the current object to. And if I is smaller or equal to the list of Q positions, it's not a list, it's an array. So the size of the array in Q positions, what's its size? Array size. Length. Length. Okay. Length. Point. Length. It's smaller or equal to the length. Then array point length. How does that work? Right, so it's gonna give me one more than the available. So if I is smaller or equal, right, because it's 0, then the length is going to be 1. Yeah, if it's smaller than Q position point length, then move to is going to be equal to Q positions, position number I, otherwise else. Move to is going to be equal to Q position number Q position point length -1 so that it's 0 indexed. Like this, I think. Having with a lot less confidence now. I really should take a break. But I really want to finish this. Is the issue. So then, we have the position that we want to move to. The position that we want to move from is in the transform of the current pending arrow. So, pending arrow, and it's arrows. Pending arrows index I point transform point position is going to be equal to vector 3.lerp from the current position, opening our point position, etc., to the position that we want to arrive, which is the position that we want to move to point position. Remember, move to is a transform, so we have to index its position. And the amount that we want to move it towards the position is the lerp strength times time point delta time. I'm pretty sure this is not really exactly a proper use of time point delta time, but I can't prove it, right? This, I think I'm done. I think this should work. I'm not sure at all. What is that? Okay, what's number 27? I forgot an if. Like this. Number 21, method must have a return type. Number 21. Oh, it's like that. The name arrow container 2 does not exist in the current context. That's 33 mouse input receiver. 33 mouse input receiver. That's odd. I don't remember modifying this too. Oh, this is because it's lowercase. Yep. Okay. No overload method for get key down takes 2 arguments. What? Mouse input receiver 33. But that's a lot of errors though. What the hell? Oh, this goes here. I pasted it wrong at some point. That's what happened. An object reference is required for a component point game object. Where is that? 49. What? Mouse input receiver 49. Okay, so 49. Game object clone, instantiate to clone. Okay, well, what's going on? An object reference is required for the non-static field method or property component point game object. Scheduler point object reference. But oh, because it's the instance. You're right, it's a singleton, so I gotta reference it by its instance, not by the generic name. Argument 2 cannot convert from game object to transform in mouse input receiver. That's line 49. Argument 2 cannot. Hold on, you're expecting a transform? What the fuck are you thinking? Yeah, instance point transform. That's what I want. Waiting does not exist in the current. Hi on, scheduler 28. Scheduler 28. Waiting. Waiting commands. Right. See, these are dumb mistakes. That's how I know that I'm fading. It's because these are not mistakes that I should be making. They're just getting names wrong and shit like that. Queue position does not exist in line 38 of the scheduler. Queue position because queue positions, it's multiple. Queue position, queue position, queue position. So that probably means that I'm going to finish this and then immediately just skip. This is. But, I mean, I've been at it for 4 hours, so that's good time. Transform does not contain a definition for length. What do you mean? It's an array. It should have length. 38. 38. Queue positions. Point. Are you sure? You said that there was. Is this not C#? Did I Google some? This is JavaScript. For fuck's sake. Right. Array C# size or length or whatever. It's uppercase. That's the only difference. Yeah, I am fading pretty fucking hard. This is this is some bad programming. This is shame for the display. Okay, so this should work. Kind of. There's one mistake that I'm anticipating. One thing that I think could happen. It could be that when it instantiates the clones, it may not place them where I think it's going to place them. In which case everything else is going to work. They're just going to spawn from a weird position on the screen. Also, there's a variable here that hasn't been set. It's the arrow container. What do you mean? You were set up before. Oh, it's because I changed the names. Right. It's the left space and the right space. Let's make sure that everything is set up. Let's make sure that everything is set up with you. Yep, it should work. Okay, well, what's going on? Scheduler 52. Scheduler 52. I think I realized what's going on. Yep, I forgot to reset the timer. That's what's happening. So they're being created and consumed immediately. Like on the same frame immediately. So yeah, if the timer reaches 0, then take the timer and add to it the step time. And then okay, the arrows are being created, but they are appearing in a weird spot, which is fine. It's exactly the mistake that I had anticipated, actually. So let's see if I can figure out what's going on. You can see by how they disappear in that order that the scheduling is working. Are they disappearing? Yeah, it's always left first. So the order is fine. The order is good. It seems to be working pretty well. Miedo, terror, Osuna. What? Okay, so why are they appearing there? First of all, are they even appearing as... they even appearing as things with... No, I don't understand. Okay. Where are you? Down here. You do have a rect transform, and your position is this. You don't seem to be being moved by this lerp, though. I say so. Okay, okay, so first of all, is this happening? This should be happening every frame. So it should be printing me a bunch of shit. Also, I don't need this anymore. I know that this is working fine. Lerp. Yeah, I mean that happens because it should be printing the word lerp every single frame that there is an arrow present, which seems to be happening. Collapse them. Yeah, that seems to be happening. Okay, so it is trying to do the lerp, and for some reason it's not working. It's taking the pending arrow's position I. Okay, tell me what this pending arrow's position I you think we're talking about. Because that might be irrelevant. Okay, you are correctly receiving the game objects. So it's those. Okay, so you do know that we're talking about those. I am telling you to go into its transforms, set their position. You're setting the position to... What is leper strength? It's 0.1. Yeah, 0.1 times time pulling delta time. Maybe 0.1 is just not strong. Maybe that's what's happening. Is it... Let's say... Put in 20. Still not moving at all. Okay, let's say... Actually, that's stupid because it's not going to be edited because it's already here. Let's say that it's 20. Fuck yeah, okay. So now there's only one mistake left. That is the one that I had already anticipated where for some reason... Actually, I know the reason. They're not appearing where I want them to appear. That is because I figured that cloning an object would make it appear where the original object was. it doesn't. It only appears in like coordinate 0, 0. So that is easy because all I have to do is go into the instantiate and pass them the position of things that they're being cloned from as a position. So you already have. So this is the parent. So this is the last one. I need to give you the position. To clone point transform point position, and then quaternion identity, because quaternion identity. Where's the lowercase? What's the identity quaternion? It's just lowercase. Okay. Identity, because I don't want it rotated. Identity. Then the parent should be the same as it was. That should make it so that this now happens the way I want it to happen. Yeah, okay, that's great. Oh, this works. Okay, so next it needs to be like a little bit punchier, have better sound effects, have like a little particle effect when one of these appears and everything, right? But like, you can see what's happening. It's like queuing actions, right? And you can queue as many as you want. It'll just put them off screen here until it finishes executing them all. It probably shouldn't take this long. Probably should be like a bit of a quicker transition. But like, you know, it works, right? And I know because the print earlier was working, it was putting messages here, that it is actually sending messages corresponding to each of these arrows for each direction that it heads. So now I have the input system for a game that I haven't yet started to make. This is fucking great. This is fucking going amazing. But also, I started making some really dumb mistakes near the end, which is probably a sign that I should be stopping right here before I do something dumb and delete the entire fucking game by accident or whatever. So, I'm ending the stream here. I'm glad you people showed up after class. Fucking thank you. It's amazing. You're cool. Bye-bye.